Our first love always holds a special place in our hearts.
There's something about that spark when that puppy love becomes a little bit more mature.
He was her first love. This was a person she felt like she was going to spend the rest of her life with.
But there's a fine line between puppy love and blind obedience.
He had all the control in this relationship.
What happens when following your heart leads you past the point of no return?
When she heard the seriousness of his voice, she knew she needed to get her man back.
I was very scared.
And what if the person you thought had your back is really plotting your demise?
All the red flags are just ping, ping, ping.
When you are in an emotional situation, you will do things that you would never imagine.
This was a woman that opened her heart and her front door to a man that basically threw her under the bus.
February 1st, 2009. A cold winter wind chills the air across the harbor city of Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore's known as Charm City. We're big on sports, we're big on entertainment, and we're just like our name. We're very charming people.
When you hear about Baltimore in the media, you hear high crime rate, you hear rats, you hear corruption, and there might be elements of truth to that. But in my experience, Baltimore has been a community.
But for the Baltimore Police Department, that sense of community isn't always evident.
In Baltimore, people don't go to the police as a first option. They go to the police when they've run out of options.
So, when a 23-year-old woman named Monique Grayson walks into police headquarters that afternoon, something must be seriously wrong.
Monique tells the desk sergeant that her boyfriend, Eric Pendergrass, has been kidnapped.
You could hear it in her voice that she was clearly shaken and genuinely wanted our help.
Monique tells police the night before Eric had told her that they would see each other that evening, and she was looking forward to it. However, Eric never showed up.
She wasn't really that concerned until she got a very strange phone call around 1:30 in the morning. It was Eric, but he didn't sound like himself. In fact, he sounded very shooken up. He instructed Monique to go into the closet, take out $10,000 from a bag, and take it to his mother's home.
She tried to ask why, but Eric cut her off. He told her to follow the instructions, just obey, take the money to his mother's house.
She could hear the tone in his voice that he wasn't playing around. This was dead serious.
Monique tells detectives she carefully wrapped the cash in $1,000 stacks.
She wrapped the money up a very specific way. She put rubber bands on the two ends of each stack.
She placed the money in a paper bag.
Monique took that bag, jumped in her car, and drove about 20 minutes to get to his mom's house.
Monique was supposed to wait there for a woman named Darlene, someone she didn't know.
Shortly after getting there, a female showed up.
It was Darlene.
She said that she was there for Monique's boyfriend. Monique knew right away what that was about.
Monique knows something is going on, and that something isn't good. But Monique did as instructed. She handed Darlene the bag of money.
At that point, Darlene walks away and gets into this Cadillac and drives off.
In the hours since then, Monique says she tried calling Eric's cell phone dozens of times with no answer. Now, she's fearing the worst.
She's pretty convinced that he's in danger and that something is going on.
Born and bred in Baltimore, Eric Pendergrass was always the center of attention in his big, close-knit family.
He was a very charismatic person. He had a large circle of supporters and friends, and he was kind of popular in high school.
Everyone loved him in the community. He was affectionately given the name Boo Boo by all of his friends.
And to Eric, coming from a big family made him eager to start his own.
He became a dad at a young age, but he took that role very seriously.
Eric loved his sons. He was at every Little League game, every basketball game. He was that kind of dad.
Eric was a stable father figure for his two sons, but his romantic relationships weren't quite so steady. By his mid-20s, he was still searching for his soulmate.
A lot of people are playing the field at that age, but not Eric. He wanted a mother for his children.
When he met a warm-hearted young woman named Monique Grayson, he knew he'd found her.
She was the one he wanted to settle down with. He wanted to raise his two boys with this woman, and they wanted to be a family.
Monique was his bright light, like his love of his life.
Now, 12 hours after Monique handed a $10,000 ransom over to a mysterious woman named Darlene, Eric is still missing. Monique did manage to get one crucial piece of information before Darlene vanished into the night.
Monique had the presence of mind to go outside and get the tag of the car and get the make and model of the car.
That's important because that links you to the person that's registered to that car.
Now they can run that plate in the system, and they can track down who exactly this Cadillac belongs to.
February 1st, 2009. Baltimore police have officially opened a missing persons case for 26-year-old Eric Boo Boo Pendergrass. According to his girlfriend Monique, Eric is being held captive even after she paid $10,000 to a mystery woman known only as Darlene.
Monique knew right away when the car drove off and she didn't get her boyfriend back, she realized, oh my goodness, I gotta get in touch with the police and let them know what's going on.
Thankfully, Monique did manage to get the license plate from Darlene's car as she drove away.
When detectives enter the license plate into the system, they immediately get a hit.
The owner of the Cadillac is a 38-year-old man named Roy Dean. Judging by his rap sheet, Roy Dean is a hardened criminal with a history of violent crimes.
They went to the house of the registered owner, and that's when detectives saw the vehicle actually near the house. They knew they were on the right trail.
When detectives approach the home, Roy and an unknown woman come to the door.
Roy greets them politely, and then he introduces his girlfriend, Tia. When detectives see Tia, they immediately think, is this the infamous Darlene?
Detectives tell the couple they're looking for Eric Pendergrass.
Detectives tell Roy that the Cadillac that's parked right in front of Roy's house was involved in a pickup of a $10,000 ransom just the night before. Roy denies any knowledge of any ransom pickup, anything having to deal with Eric.
Roy says, I loaned out my vehicle to somebody. I only know him by his first name, Markel.
Most people, they don't like to loan their car. And if you do loan your car, you would at least know the person's first and last name.
Immediately, I say to my partner, the victim could be in the trunk. We're gonna have to search this car.
But when detectives search Roy's property, there's no sign of their missing man.
Eric was not in the trunk, I'm happy to say. However, we did find evidence in the apartment.
They found about $2,000 with the rubber bands wrapped on each ends of each stack.
The stacks of cash fit Monique's description of the ransom money to a T.
It wasn't the whole amount, but we knew the amount that he had was part of the original ransom that she had given to the unknown female.
Along with the money, detectives find hundreds of rounds of ammunition.
Now, this is problematic because Roy has a criminal record.
We didn't know specifically how much of a role he played, but we knew he played a role. So we were able to send him off to federal jail while we continued the investigation.
The detective decides to take a picture of Tia and send it to Monique. They were very confident that Tia would be identified as the Darlene.
But to detectives' surprise, Monique tells them that Tia is not the woman she gave the bag of money to the night before. Tia is not Darlene.
Does that mean Roy and Tia are telling the truth?
Maybe he just loaned his car out to his friend, Markel.
But with only a first name to go on, police have no way to track Markel down, if he even exists. With each passing hour, Eric's chances of survival are growing dim.
4 days go by and there's no word from Eric. There's no call, there's no sightings, there's not even any word on the street as to Eric's whereabouts.
Then, on February 5th, Monique Grayson returns to police headquarters with another shocking story.
Monique admits to police that she made another ransom drop.
I received a text from someone claiming to be Google's friend.
The text messages basically asking for money for Eric's return?
Yes.
The kidnappers were upset. They said, what is this, a joke? We know he has more money. We want more.
They were being a bit agitated and upset, so they were making threats like, we're going to torture him.
The victim had told the kidnapper, hey, listen, I just sold a car. We got a check for $30,000. Tell my girl that she can get that $30,000 check and cash it.
They said if she does not have this money sent to the person that's holding Eric, that he will die.
And you agreed upon paying $30,000 to them?
Yes.
This time, the kidnappers told Monique to leave the money in the stairwell of an apartment complex.
She'll probably just be listen, I just want you to go down to the bottom floor and put the money underneath the stairwell.
Okay. And you did that?
Yeah.
She was told that they would drop him off at a movie theater not too far from where she dropped off the money. But when she went to the location to pick him up, no one showed up.
The first thing detectives want to know is why Monique waited to inform them about this second ransom.
We said, why didn't you contact us? What were you thinking? Why would you do something like this and not contact us? We could have possibly set up at the apartment complex prior to the drop and video recorded everything. Unfortunately, we never even got a chance to do that.
Which means the investigators are no closer to locating Eric or his kidnappers. Until a few days later, when they receive the phone call that everyone has been dreading.
A body was found floating in the Patapsco River.
Their worst nightmare came true.
I mean, you see it in the movies all the time. They tell you, don't pay the ransom. What's to stop that person from coming back again, asking for more money? But when it's your loved one, you don't know whether to turn left or right. You do the best that you can, and you make the best decisions you think you can.
February 2009. For over a week, Baltimore detectives have been trailing the unidentified kidnappers of 26-year-old Eric Pendergrass.
Eric's girlfriend, Monique, had already paid the kidnappers $40,000 in ransom money, but they still hadn't released her boyfriend.
Several days had gone by, and We hadn't heard from him.
But now, investigators may be one step closer to unraveling this mystery.
February 9th, police received a call that a body, an adult black male's body, was found in the Patapsco River.
When detectives arrive on the scene, they see this young black man in his 20s wrapped in a blanket with his hands and feet bound.
When the body is pulled from the river, detectives immediately recognize him. It's Eric Pendergrass.
He had very distinctive tattoos on his body. When I saw him, I knew right away it was him.
There's no clear indication of how Eric died until he undergoes an autopsy.
The medical examiner doctor said, well, he died of asphyxiation, but he was dead before he hit the water.
There's no water in the lungs. That was gonna tell our detectives that at that point, this person may have been killed somewhere else and then their body was thrown into the water.
Detectives now face the grim task of breaking the news to Eric's loved ones.
I've been in the homicide unit for 15 years. By far, the hardest part of the job is notifying the family of the death of their family member.
Yet through their grief, Eric's family members make an important observation.
They asked about Eric's watch because he wore the same one every day. But when they pulled his body from the river, there was no watch.
Police put out a bolo to all the pawn shops in the area. They told them to be on the lookout for this particular watch.
Months go by without any new developments in Eric's case, until May 4th, when investigators get an unexpected tip.
They receive a call from a man named Khalik. He claims to have information that the police have been waiting to hear.
At the station, Khalik delivers on his promise.
And he goes, well, I was supposed to be part of that kidnapping plot. And I'm like, what? He said, dude, I was at the house.
Khalik Simpson informs police that he knows exactly who killed Eric Pendergrass.
He identifies the killers as Markel Washington and his girlfriend, 28-year-old Sherelle Ferguson.
The name Markel is familiar to detectives. It's the same name provided by Roy Dean months earlier.
Mr. Simpson tells the authorities that in January, he and Roy, Markel, and Sherelle met up.
According to Khalik, the group was scheming on ways to come up with some quick cash when Eric's name came up.
They all knew that Eric always had a lot of money on him. So they said, hey, we're gonna grab him and we're gonna take some money from him.
Khalik goes on to tell me they're plotting on how they're gonna do that. They're gonna hold him and demand the ransom.
But Khalik tells detectives that as the plotting continued, he got cold feet.
Khalik said, hey man, I'm not with this, I'm leaving. And he left the apartment.
When Khalik saw on the news that Eric was found dead, he knew immediately that they went through with the plan. It weighed heavily on his conscience until Khalik had to speak up and tell exactly what he knew.
Could Markel's alleged girlfriend, Sherelle Ferguson, be the mysterious Darlene that obtained the ransom money from Monique?
They pulled her driver's license photo from the DMV.
Detectives bring Monique Grayson back in to view the photo.
We spoke on the phone, and I asked you to come in to look at some photographs. Is that right? Yeah.
We actually put together a photographic array with Sherelle in it.
Is there an individual that you selected?
Yes.
She was like, this is the girl that drove here in the Cadillac. This is the girl that took the bag. So now the investigation starts to roll.
In the summer of 2009, a witness has identified Markel Washington and his girlfriend, Sherelle Ferguson, as two of the three people involved in the murder of Eric Boo Boo Pendergrass.
She's an active participant. When we know this, we're getting it directly from the victim's girlfriend.
So the police go out into the community and try to see what they can find out about Sherelle.
Raised by her grandfather, Sherelle Ferguson had a great childhood. But when she hit her teenage years, her wild streak led her straight into the arms of fellow classmate Markel Washington.
He was her first love. This was a person that she felt like she was going to spend the rest of her life with.
But all that changed their senior year.
Because of his decisions, he ended up going to jail. So her future has drastically changed, and there's a shock.
With Markel behind bars, Sherelle moved on to graduate high school and start a career.
She became a nursing assistant and was dating different people, but no one quite lived up to Markel.
While in prison, Markel worked hard to turn things around. And at his parole hearing, his efforts paid off.
A little good behavior goes a long way, and the judge was so impressed that he got 60 months shaved off of his sentence.
But after his release, Markel once again faced the dark side of Baltimore.
He's trying to get his life back together, but it is very hard after he's been locked up. He ended up living on the streets.
But as fate would have it, he looked up and he ran into Sherelle Ferguson.
For Sherelle, it was like no time had passed at all.
When she sees Markel back in the neighborhood, all the old feelings comes back again.
She hadn't quite fully gotten over her love for him.
Something about that spark when that puppy love becomes a little bit more mature, and that's what Sherelle was feeling all over again with him. She invited him to come live with her and everything.
She knew in her heart that Markel was her Prince Charming.
But now, police are wondering if these two young lovers have also become partners in crime.
Sherelle has been identified as Darlene, so the police end up tracking her down.
In an interrogation room, Sherelle denies knowing anything about Eric's kidnapping or murder.
She kind of resisted, I don't know what you're talking about type of deal. And we said, look, you're now a co-conspirator to a homicide, and it would be in your best interest to tell us what you know.
Sherelle admits that on the night of January 31st, she was at the apartment with Markel and Roy Dean.
There was a mention of that Boo Boo 201, and I'm not sure exactly who brought it up, but it was between the guys.
According to Sherelle, Markel said she had to leave because it's going to be a guy's night.
And so as she's heading out to her car to leave, she sees Mr. Pendergrass go into the apartment building.
You saw Boo Boo arrive.
Sherelle tells detectives that she left for a couple of hours to let Markel have his guys' night. But when she returned, he was waiting for her in the parking lot.
He's driving this Cadillac and is asking her if she could go with him somewhere.
He said, come on, I need you to go get the bag. If I was under the impression that I probably was driving, or maybe money, but I had no idea.
Sherelle says when they arrived at their destination, Markel waited in the car while she went to get the bag of money from Monique.
Even though deep in her heart, Sherelle knew something was off, something didn't feel right, she did it for her man.
After securing the cash, Sherelle says she drove Markel back to their apartment. Roy Dean was still inside, but there was no sign of Eric Pendergrass.
She had an immediate bad feeling.
Sherelle told the detectives that she just kind of gave up and just left at that point.
Not investigating my dad's house.
Now, you said that you came back to the apartment the next day. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That afternoon, Sherelle says that she went into the apartment bathroom and saw another unsettling sign.
There's bloodstains on the floor. She proceeds to clean up the bloodstains.
I just scrubbed it glue. Kept scrubbing it.
Why did you start scrubbing?
I don't know.
Sherelle had warning bells going off in her head. Every red flag was standing prominent, but she still did it.
It wasn't until a week later, when Eric's body was found in the Patapsco River, that she finally pieced things together.
Sherelle says that's when things really start to click. So when she confronted Markel about it, Markel got upset, of course, and they had a big argument.
According to Sherelle, then Markel tells her that if anyone's going down for this, it's not me, it's you, because you went and got the ransom money.
So instead of going to the police, Sherelle kept her mouth shut.
Sherelle, realizing the position that she was in, told us that she basically went along with what he was saying.
At the end of her interview, Sherelle says she's willing to help the police build their case against Markel. So they decide to release her.
They were treating her as a witness, not a suspect. So now they're looking for Markel Washington.
But before they can track him down, a 911 call comes in to Baltimore police around 3 a.m. on July 18th. According to the caller, a man is beating a woman inside a car in an empty parking lot.
The police show up and there's no car, but there is a badly beaten woman lying on the ground.
He had assaulted her and then left the area and stole the car.
The woman is Sherelle Ferguson.
July 2009. Detectives in Baltimore, Maryland are zeroing in on an ex-con named Markel Washington for the murder of Eric Boo Boo Pendergrass. Markel's girlfriend, Sherelle Ferguson, has painted him as the mastermind behind the kidnapping plot that yielded $40,000 in ransom.
But then the case took a turn on July 18th when police responded to a 911 call and found Sherelle beaten up in a parking lot.
Markel assaulted Sherelle and actually stole Sherelle's car.
Police put out a bolo for the stolen vehicle and quickly locate Markel driving it nearby.
Sherelle was so outdone and so hurt by Markel, she couldn't take it anymore. Sherelle had Markel arrested for domestic violence and for stealing her car.
But at the station, Markel flips the script, claiming that he'd only taken off with the car because Sherelle was hitting him.
I think Markel is a very manipulative person. He was the type of person that in one breath, you'd go, oh, this guy's pretty cool. And in the next breath, you'd go, oh man, he should be behind bars.
When the questions shift to the murder of Eric Pendergrass, Markel doesn't budge.
It was almost like he wanted to admit to doing it because he was proud of how he pulled it off, but he also knew that admitting anything, he'd be charged with murder.
Markel tells police that he and Eric were friends. Eric was his boy. Eric helped him out.
Police don't buy it for a second. But they also don't have enough evidence to charge him with killing Eric.
There needs to be more than just an accomplice ratting him out. They need something substantial to pin murder charges on Markel Washington.
So while Markel is held in custody for violating his parole, investigators take the opportunity to search the apartment he shares with Sherelle Ferguson.
We found no traces of blood whatsoever, but we found heavy traces of cleaning products. The bathtub shower area was spotless. So we had a good idea that this actually happened in the bathroom.
Once again, investigators are left with only circumstantial evidence.
Mr. Washington, he's sent back to prison for violating his parole, and Roy, he's also sent to prison for 15 years for having ammunition in his home.
Months go by without any new leads in Eric's case, until finally, a new development comes in November of 2010.
More than a year after Eric's body was found in the Patapsco River, a tipster comes forward.
In your own words, could you tell me what your relationship was with Pendergrass?
The informant tells detectives that 2 months after his friend Eric was killed, he ran into Markel Washington.
2 months after he died. Right.
He says that Markel did not indicate that it was Eric's watch, but the tipster recognized that it was Eric's watch.
This was a watch that was custom made specifically for Eric, and everyone knew it.
He was even able to identify this watch in a police lineup of photographs.
And when I asked you for the record, is this the watch? Yeah, that's the watch.
You have this information coming from somebody who wasn't connected to Eric's kidnapping, it wasn't connected to Eric's murder, but they're telling you that Markel offered this watch.
That points a big finger back at Markel. How did he get that watch?
The other shoe drops following Markel's release from prison for violating his parole.
While Markel was serving his time, he kept writing letters to the judge overseeing his case.
At one point during his federal incarceration, he had written a federal judge 27 times. That's how this guy was.
And in some of the letters, he mentioned the case involving Eric Pendergrass, so the judge handed those over to law enforcement.
When detectives review the correspondence, they're stunned.
Markel throws Sherelle all the way under the bus.
Maybe Sherelle has more to do with this than we thought she did.
In the Baltimore area, there's a history of mistrust of police, and especially in the court system. So a lot of times, if you have a police officer up on the stand, chances are a majority of your jury is not going to trust what that officer, what that detective is saying. They're not going to think that that's the truth. So there's a lot to overcome. You not only have to have your case wrapped up tight to meet that substantial threshold to be beyond a reasonable doubt, but you got to be able to convince a Baltimore jury, which is a whole nother level.
Winter 2010. For nearly 2 years, police have suspected Markel Washington is the mastermind behind the murder of Eric Pendergrass. Now, Markel is trying to pin the crime on his former girlfriend, Sherelle Ferguson.
In letters he wrote to a judge, Markel claimed that the plot to kill Eric was all Sherelle's idea.
He was trying to place the blame on her.
When police confront Sherelle with Markel's allegations, she reveals that there's more to the story than what she originally told them.
She says the victim and a couple of his buddies were hanging out at a nightclub. Markel, called and said, "Hey, I got your money, come on over. I'm, right up the street." So the victim drove over, thinking that he was going to receive some money.
Sherelle now admits she never left the apartment, as she originally stated.
According to Sherelle, she opened the door for the victim and let him in. He goes upstairs and is greeted by Markel and Roy. He's beaten and basically tied up. He is told that he needs to get in touch with his girl and bring down some money to be released.
But according to Sherelle, Markel wasn't satisfied with their $40,000 haul.
They know Eric was making a lot of money, so they want a significant amount of money, and this wasn't enough.
Sherelle says Eric was adamant he'd given them everything he had. And, sensing that his life was in danger, he started to fight back.
They tried to handcuff Eric and keep him subdued, but it wouldn't work.
They decided that Eric had to die.
The kidnappers lowered his head into the bathtub but held his feet above water, basically inverting him so that he would suffocate.
Because they held him upside down. That's the reason there was no water in his lungs during the autopsy.
Sherelle's guilty knowledge places her at the crime scene without a shadow of doubt.
One of the questions we asked was, why? Well, why would you participate in something like this? And she was like, I didn't think I had a choice, really. Markel and her had a history of abuse, both mental and physical. She truly was intimidated by him.
In late September 2012, prosecutors filed murder charges against Markel Washington, Sherelle Ferguson, and Roy Dean.
They're charged with first-degree murder, as well as first-degree assault, kidnapping, extortion, and false imprisonment.
In a bid to secure a lighter sentence for herself, Sherelle agrees to plead guilty to the charges against her.
She threw herself at the mercy of the court.
Roy and Markel, on the other hand, opt to face a jury.
Roy's defense team maintains that all he did was lend his car to the wrong person.
They say he was just another victim of Markel's evil plot.
But Markel contends that he's the true victim.
Markel insists that he's being framed for this crime by Sherelle, and that he and Sherelle were never a couple, but that Roy was actually her boyfriend.
The jury sides with the prosecution and finds Markel and Roy guilty on all charges. On January 31st, 2014, 5 years to the day after Eric's murder, both men are sentenced to life in prison.
Despite Sherelle's plea, the judge doesn't go any easier on her.
Sherelle Ferguson is also sentenced to life in prison.
The convictions come as a relief to Eric Pendergrass's family, as well as the citizens of Baltimore. But their peace proves short-lived after Markel is granted a new trial in the fall of 2015.
When Markel appeals his case and he's granted a second trial, everyone is shocked.
In an agreement to reduce her sentence, Sherelle agrees to testify against her former lover in the new proceedings.
Markel betrayed Sherelle when he had tried to pin this crime on her. So now it was her turn to stick that knife right back into him.
But when the new jury renders their verdict, everyone is stunned.
Jury came back and actually found him not guilty.
He's acquitted of all charges.
He got off.
The judgment leaves everyone in disbelief.
We were really surprised. None of the evidence changed, so why they chose to acquit, it's something that they have to live with.
But no one is more surprised than Sherelle Ferguson.
This was a woman that opened her heart to a man that denied the love that she thought that they shared in favor of his own innocence.
Markel walks out of that courtroom a free man that day. Sherelle actually took the fall for everything that happened in this situation.
It still amazes me that there are people who depend on other people to kind of dictate their lives. With Sherelle, I know there were times when she felt like, I need to get away from this dude, but here I am still with him. Relationships can be complicated, but when you're talking about your well-being, you really should listen to your body and love yourself first.
Puppy love always feels perfect at first, and loyalty is rarely a bad thing. But sometimes, even the cutest puppies grow up to be dogs that bite back. And when a woman stays loyal to the wrong kind of love, she may find herself locked in a cage. Love and friendship. It's a pairing you hope to find in one partner.
This guy has nothing else to do but talk to her, love on her.
This is bliss for her. She's on cloud 9.
But when these forces come into your life from two different men, how do you decide where your loyalties lie?
She was stuck in between two men that she loved.
She wasn't comfortable with how far she let herself go in this process.
But it was too late.
Will you stick with the man who holds the key to your heart? Or will a burning new passion send that friendship up in flames?
She does exactly what he wants. They became really intimate. They had sex.
She wanted to please number one hubby.
Is it worth it? Is it worth someone's life?
That's like a slap in the face to our family.
January 10th, 2013. At 5 a.m., the sun has yet to rise on the charming city of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Chattanooga is known as the Scenic City. It has beautiful views of the Tennessee River. It's a very family-friendly place.
The parks are nice, the downtown area is nice, but there are two sides in Chattanooga. You have these pockets of gang activity, and they're extremely violent.
On the northeast side of town, 60-year-old Ella Lay is sleeping peacefully in her bed when she's suddenly awoken by two loud pops.
That was really alarming for an older lady at that time of the morning.
She hops up, looks out the window, and she looks over at her granddaughter's home.
Her granddaughter, Carmisha Lake, lives directly across the street.
She see these two men leaving her granddaughter's house, so of course her fear and concern and worry over her granddaughter's safety has to be extraordinary.
She quickly grabs her phone so she can call her granddaughter.
But Carmisha isn't answering.
This only heightened her fear that something terrible had happened to Carmisha.
Seconds later, Ella hears her front door open.
She's relieved when she sees that it's Carmisha, but Carmisha certainly isn't in her right mind.
Her granddaughter busts through the house and is screaming bloody murder. She's petrified.
Carmisha tells her that her dear friend, Edward Glenn Jr., had been shot at her home.
The family, they know Edward. Miss Ella, she calls him her grandson. So at that moment, they were in a panic. And Ella decided to call the police.
Carmisha and Ella are like, 911, get here now. They still feel like they can save Edward's life and are still hoping that he can survive.
28-year-old Chattanooga native Edward Glenn Jr. was known for his infectious sense of humor.
He was just someone that you would like to be around, people person.
You always could catch him in a joke. It could be the most serious moment, and my brother would find some kind of way to make a joke out of it. And you're like, dude, really?
We started doing Sunday dinners because of him. He would always stand behind my mom like a big kid, and he'd be over the stove. He'd be like, we got green beans and dancing. We got macaroni. We got cornbread. Like, he just dancing because his mama fixed whatever he wanted, and he knew that. Whatever she fixed is gonna be good.
But nothing brought Edward more joy than being a father.
He had 5 children. They were all under the age of 10.
He was an amazing father. He has a daughter that has autism, and he was so great with her. Like, just amazing. It's like being a father came natural to him.
He was just always the protector. And when he became a father, it was times 20. He was always just making sure that they didn't want for anything, they didn't have to ask for anything. That was his main goal, to make sure that his family was happy.
Edward worked hard to provide for the family he cherished.
He did some manufacturing jobs. Like he would, work in the big tanks and stuff like that.
But his ultimate goal was to become an electrical engineer.
He had a love for science, and being an engineer to him was kind of like getting into stuff, and so he liked that. He was amazing, like so smart.
However, Edward's upward trajectory would be tragically cut short. On January 10th, 2013, 60-year-old Ella Lay is making an urgent call to 911 after receiving word that Edward has been shot inside the home of her granddaughter, Carmisha Lay.
Carmisha is panicked. She's confused. It's a really horrible time.
Minutes later, first responders arrive at Carmisha's residence, where she and her grandmother are waiting outside.
They're both still very shaken up.
Carmisha lets them know frantically that Edward's in the bedroom.
First responders cautiously make their way inside the home.
The first responders go in and they find Edward unresponsive on the ground.
Edward is wearing only underwear and appears to have been shot once in the abdomen and once in the head.
When they checked Edward, he had no sign of life. They checked his pulse. He was not breathing.
They find out there's nothing that they can do to bring him back.
There's so many unanswered questions. First being, how did Edward end up in this situation? And what happened?
As the sun comes up over Chattanooga, detectives arrive and begin processing the crime scene.
They see this young man lying a few feet from the bed and lying in blood, but they didn't see a weapon.
The police find 1 bullet under Edward, 1 bullet lodged in the wall, but there are no shell casings.
The fact that there are bullets where there are no shell casings, it means that somebody's probably disturbed the crime scene. They tried to clean it up.
Were the assailants attempting to rob the house that night and panicked when Edward caught them in the act?
They're expecting that there was pretty much a home invasion that had gone wrong, and they wanted to figure out some evidence to determine if there was any forced entry.
There's a lot of things that go into a home invasion. The door may have been broken in or windows shattered. You're looking for missing items.
After a thorough search of the home, authorities can't find anything out of place.
It's Carmisha's home. Nothing of Carmisha's is missing. No jewelry, no money, no trophies, no silverware, nothing. Her wigs are even still there.
The only thing that was taken was Edward's wallet. And of course, this raised questions for detectives, because if this was just a random robbery, why wasn't anything else taken from the home?
For detectives, there's one person they need to speak with immediately, and that's 24-year-old Carmisha Lay.
She was the only surviving witness from that night. They wanted to know more about what she saw. If Edward Glenn's death wasn't the result of a robbery gone wrong, then what was it?
On the morning of January 10th, 2013, Chattanooga investigators are trying to get to the bottom of what happened to 28-year-old Edward Glenn Jr.
Edward was found shot to death inside the home of his friend Carmisha Lay.
As the only surviving witness, Police are hoping 24-year-old Carmisha Lay can help them make sense of this tragic crime.
She agrees to help them with the investigation however she can. She says she wants justice for her friend.
Back at the station, detectives ask Carmisha to walk them through what happened the night before.
Carmisha explains that she invited Edward over to hang out, to spend some quality time together.
Carmisha and Edward were lifelong friends. They've known each other since they were 16 years old.
They even dated on and off for years before officially calling off the romance in 2010.
Edward showed up at Carmisha's place around midnight after getting off work.
They hung out for a while, just talking and enjoying each other's company. She admits they smoked a little bit of weed.
Carmisha says that eventually, old feelings began to resurface, and the two couldn't resist each other.
One thing led to another. Things became romantic. Things became really intimate. They had sex. They ended up falling asleep and cuddling together.
Until they were awoken by a sudden commotion.
Two men came in. They had bandanas on. You couldn't see their face.
They pushed Carmisha against the wall and held her by her throat.
Meanwhile, the other assailant turned his attention to Edward.
He went and he attacked Edward. He hit Edward multiple times with the gun, and he demanded money.
Edward was willing to give them the money. He gave them the wallet.
So Carmisha says she was completely shocked when one of the assailants fired his gun.
They still shot him. You know, she was horrified.
After that, the assailants fled the scene, and Carmisha knew she needed to get Edward help quick.
That's when she ran across the street to her grandmother's house, and they made a call to 911.
However, detectives have their suspicions about Carmisha's story.
The assailants didn't harm her or take any of her belongings, which was odd.
When a robbery takes place, there are some things that you expect. And in this situation, they were really puzzled how the robbers came in and they robbed Edward, attacked him, but they really didn't do anything to Carmisha.
Carmisha is physically unharmed. Edward murdered, shot twice. This doesn't make sense.
It's one of those things where you have to dig a little deeper. Just seems a little fishy.
Detectives let Carmisha go for the time being, while they prepare to dig deeper into her story.
Everything's just a little bit too perfect, too in line. And so they decide to subpoena Carmisha's phone records.
Meanwhile, news of Edward's untimely death has started to spread.
I received a phone call from my mom, and she just was screaming on the other end, and she said, "Your brother dead, your brother's dead." I'm like, it can't be true.
Like, who would want to murder my brother? I'm thinking of 1,000 different things, like, okay, my brother, he went to sleep and maybe he didn't wake up. That's what I was thinking because he has sleep apnea. It was not registering.
When the reports from Carmisha's cell phone come in later that day, investigators' first lead begins to unfold.
They see the text message between her and Edward. However, they find some more text messages that completely upheave everything.
They find a text thread from someone that says, "#1 hubby."
#1 hubby. This is suspicious. They start to read the text messages, and then that's when the plot thickens.
It makes you like, wow, wow.
He was a hardworking, good father, very involved in his children's lives, and certainly should not have been a victim of this crime. You have to understand, especially in the Black community, a stable father figure is so very important. And when they're at a young age like that, the loss of their father is impactful. It will affect them for the rest of their lives.
January 10th, 2013. Chattanooga investigators are starting to suspect that Carmisha Lay knows more than she's letting on about the murder of her ex-boyfriend, Edward Glenn Jr.
The same night that Carmisha was allegedly having sex with Edward, she has text messages in her phone back and forth from someone named Number One Hubby.
The messages that were marked under Number One Hubby, they're like, I'm on my way, don't take too long, don't catch emotions. And it looks like she's messaging him to come over and do something.
But around 4 a.m., it appears Carmisha had a change of heart.
She sends a message to Number One Hubby saying that she and Edward have left the house. She no longer wants to be involved in this. She wants out.
By then, investigators fear it was already too late.
The Number One Hubby responds, letting Carmisha know that he and someone else were on the way. The text message read, "We're on deck, me and Donkey."
What does this mean? Like, who's Donkey?
Though the text messages don't reveal the real names of Donkey and Number One Hubby, police do at least have a phone number.
They look at the number for Number One Hubby and they trace it back to a guy named Stephen Lester. Stephen has been involved in criminal activities for years. Armed robbery, assault, the list goes on.
He was deemed a career criminal. He was also gang affiliated.
How are Stephen and Carmisha Lay connected? Now that detectives know she's been lying to them, they decide to bring her in for another interview.
When she arrives, she's expecting that this is just a traditional interrogation, and she sticks to her story, that everything that she told them that night, it happened.
But police don't have time for any more of Carmisha's lies.
The police show Carmisha, "We've seen your communication, ma'am." She cannot deny it anymore. So now she is having a change of heart.
She breaks down in tears and she says she's gonna tell the truth.
That's when Carmisha admits that Stephen Lester is her current boyfriend.
So Stephen and Carmisha met back in 2010, shortly after she and Edward had broken up. However, he was incarcerated at the time.
They started communicating while he was in jail for robbery for 2 years.
This guy has nothing else to do but talk to her, love on her, give her all the right words and say all the right things to her. He can ride her all day, and it's somebody that when she lays her head down at night, she knows where he's at at all times.
When Stephen was released from prison in 2012, Carmisha couldn't wait to finally be with her man in person.
After 2 years of doing the emailing, the visitation, the phone calls, Stephen is out of jail. This is bliss for her. She's enjoying that her man is with her now. She's on cloud 9.
Love at this stage is precious, it's fun, it's exciting. It's a drug, a literal drug of choice. She's introducing him to her family, her friends, that's about building a life together.
The fantasy of a relationship with Stephen is now reality. Like, her endorphins are like sky high out the roof.
But it wasn't long before Carmisha realized Stephen wasn't ready to leave his old life behind.
The problem is, oftentimes, once you begin on that path of crime, it's a continuing downward spiral.
After 30 days, not even a full month, she finds out that Stephen is still in those streets. He still is about the game, and he wants quick money fast.
And he expected Carmisha to help him get it.
She wanted to ride for her man, and she was willing to do anything to make sure that he stayed by her side.
In January of 2013, Chattanooga police are sitting down with 24-year-old murder suspect Carmisha Lay for the second time.
When they first interviewed her, Carmisha denied knowing who attacked her friend, Edward Glenn, on the night that he died.
Now, Carmisha admits that was all a lie.
She's finally admitting that her current boyfriend is involved, and she's explaining to detectives what happened.
According to Carmisha, her ex-con boyfriend was still up to his old ways after being released from prison for just 1 month.
He told her that he needed some quick money and he needed her help to get it.
The faster the better, and he doesn't care how he gets it. He decides that her good friend, Edward, who he believes is a drug dealer and has extra money, is somebody that can give him the money that he needs.
Edward wasn't a drug dealer, but he kind of was known a little bit, for having money.
It was just supposed to be, oh, he's an easy target. He's an easy person to get some money off of.
Stephen told Carmisha she could seduce Edward to get him to let his guard down.
What was the plan? Carmisha was planning to invite Edward over the house to have sex, to have a good time. Why? Because number one, hubby was going to rob him.
Stephen knew about their history. He knew they were on again and off again. And so he figured, she would be the right person to get this job done. And he promised her that nothing was going to happen to Edward. He was just going to take her money.
She was stuck in between two men that she loved. And at that time, she wanted to please number one hubby. She wanted to ensure that Stephen was happy.
So on January 9th, Carmisha calls Edward over to her house. They hang out for a little while, enjoying each other's company, and then they have sex.
Edward falls asleep. She goes to the bathroom, freshens up, takes a shower. In that moment, Carmisha is starting to remember Edward is her friend. This is not just some random guy. She has a change of heart. She wants number one hubby not to go ahead with these plans. She sends him a text message. I don't want to do this anymore. We're leaving.
She wasn't comfortable with how far she let herself go in this process, and she didn't want anything to happen to her friend.
Carmisha texted back and told Stephen that she did not want to go through this anymore, but it was too late.
Around 4 a.m., Stephen arrived at Carmisha's house with his friend Donkey in tow.
Stephen grabs her, yanks her out of bed, holds a gun to her head. They demanded money. Edward tells them, I don't want any problems. The money's in my pants on the floor.
To Carmisha's shock, even after Edward handed over his wallet, Stephen still commanded Donkey to shoot it.
He shoots him once in the abdomen and again in the head.
Carmisha says after that, Stephen and Donkey left without saying anything.
She's looking around trying to figure out how she ended up in a situation like this.
He shakes him, checking him out to try to see if he's okay, but he's not responding. He's bleeding out on the floor, and that's when she runs across the street to her grandmother's house.
Carmisha tells detectives she deeply regrets what has transpired.
This is someone she's known for nearly 10 years of her life. When she's known this guy, Stephen, literally in person, for 6 weeks. It just doesn't make sense, but it also shows the power that he had over her.
Women find themselves in these type of situations because they fall in love with these men that love bomb them. They manipulate them and begin to play mind games with them and have this possession or control. And at some point, you start acting out or doing things you would never do in this name of love.
Carmisha realized things went too far and pretty much admitted everything she needed to admit to the detectives.
However, Carmisha insists she has no idea where Stephen, or the masked companion she only knows as Donkey, could be.
She says that she hasn't spoken to either of them since the crime went down.
The police put a bolo out for Stephen. They look at his address to see if he's there.
Unfortunately, he's not an easy person to locate. He's not at any of his known addresses.
Before they can find Stephen, he finds police first.
To their surprise, Stephen shows up to the police station. He says, "Yeah, my friends told me that you're looking for me." Arrogant, confident, big chest.
And Stephen hits investigators with an unexpected curveball.
Stephen Lester surprisingly has an alibi for both January 9th and 10th.
I was with my girl.
He says, I'm with my girlfriend. They're like, okay, well, Carmisha, we talked to her. And he's like, no, I'm talking about Nadia. Who is Nadia?
January 11th, 2013, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Detectives are sitting down with murder suspect Stephen Lester after his girlfriend Carmisha Lay outlined their alleged involvement in the shooting death of 28-year-old Edward Glenn Jr.
Carmisha said that Stephen was the mastermind and Stephen put her up to the robbery that ultimately killed Edward.
You knew what you did when you did not. I was with my girl.
He says, I'm with my girlfriend. They're like, okay, well, Carmisha, we talked to her. And he's like, no. Me and Carmisha aren't together. We're not dating. I'm talking about Nadia. I was with her on the 9th and the 10th. Who is Nadia?
According to what we learned, he had another young lady that was his girlfriend.
Stephen tells detectives a woman named Nadia Jones is his real girlfriend, and Carmisha, who he refers to as Peaches, was only a fling.
That's Peaches. How do you know Peaches? We don't spoil y'all. But nothing. Nah, nothing serious. So y'all were never together, no.
He denies the relationship. It doesn't exist. The police are now confused. They're questioning, is Carmisha telling us the truth? Is she lying?
Detectives decide to keep Stephen in custody while they reach out to his supposed girlfriend, Nadia Jones.
I appreciate you. Accomplice. Why gonna put me in the crime? Right.
Nadia shows up at the police station. She says, yes, I am Stephen's girlfriend. Yes, Stephen was with me on the 9th and the 10th. We were together the entire time.
Stephen Lester surprisingly has an alibi for both January 9th and 10th. And so the authorities are kind of like, what's really going on here?
Investigators aren't willing to take Nadia's account at face value.
Chattanooga police, they have some very, very savvy police officers. So they turn the heat up. They push her a little bit.
When they said that you could be an accessory to this murder if you don't tell us the truth, she folded.
She told investigators that Stephen Lester actually was not at her home at January 9th and that he didn't arrive until January 10th, way later in the morning.
When Stephen showed up at Nadia's house, Stephen, he was nervous. He was acting just abnormal. And Nadia knew something was wrong.
He said, listen, if you're questioned by the cops, you tell them I was here the nights of the 9th and the 10th. Stephen, from what I can see about him, he seems to be a very powerful and controlling young man. He's able to convince these women to do the craziest things in his behalf.
Nadia states that she doesn't have any more information for the police after that. She says she doesn't know where he was or what he was doing, but she just knows for sure he was not with her.
It's a fact that's supported by the text messages between Carmisha and Stephen that night.
The text messages clearly showed that he was planning on showing up at Carmisha's house around the time of the murder.
Armed with Nadia's admission, police sit down with Stephen once again.
We talked to her.
What'd she say?
I'm gonna be straight with you, because you seem like a pretty intelligent guy. You did some time already, right?
Yeah.
So you know the game just as well as I do. I've been doing this for a little while.
Right.
It's not looking good for me.
The police say, listen, Nadia gave you up. You were not there with her. You no longer have an alibi.
Stephen isn't fazed.
Stephen is as confident as ever. And he's just like, I'm sticking to my story. This is what happened. He doesn't deviate at all.
Y'all ain't got nothing on me, but I ain't did nothing.
The arrogance of this man, the confidence that he has, this guy is a master manipulator.
Despite Stephen's denials, they now have enough evidence to arrest him.
Right now you have warrants for your arrest for first-degree murder, especially aggravated robbery, and conspiracy to commit robbery. And you will be booked on those.
I will?
Yes.
Carmisha is also booked on charges of first-degree murder, aggravated robbery, criminal conspiracy, making false reports, and tampering with evidence.
When she got arrested, I was angry. I was angry at the whole fact that my brother didn't have to be murdered. You all had what you initially came for. You all had his money. Why murder him?
I worked in corrections. She was at my jail. I tried to go back to work and almost had a nervous breakdown because I knew where she was. I could get to her at any time. And I kept thinking about my kids. I kept thinking about his kids. Because if I do something to her, I'm gonna be in trouble too.
As investigators build their case, they struggle to answer the same question.
Why did the men have to kill Edward? Were they afraid about him being able to identify them after the robbery? We may never know.
As prosecutors prepare for trial, investigators continue searching for the man who pulled the trigger that night, a co-conspirator known only as Donkey.
They had no evidence on him. There was no known association other than those text messages when he said me and Donkey are on the way.
Without having the trigger man in custody, prosecutors will have to depend on Carmisha Lay as their star witness at trial.
Prosecutors offer her a plea deal. If she is the witness against Stephen, then they'll give her 15 years and they'll lessen her charges down to second-degree murder. And if she didn't accept, she could be facing first-degree murder with a penalty of life in prison.
Will Carmisha take the deal or be manipulated by Stephen Lester once again?
He starts sending her love letters from behind bars.
I love you, don't do this to me, we can be together.
It's clear that she's still in love with him.
It's been 10 years since my brother was murdered, and grief comes in waves. You have your good days, you have your bad days, but I would say my family, we ultimately rely on the Lord. We have to pray a lot because it still hurts, and it will hurt. Like, I know years and years and years down from now, I will still miss my brother. You have to allow yourself to feel those feelings. Scream, cry, do whatever you need to get yourself through that moment, but just keep pushing.
Winter 2013, Chattanooga, Tennessee. After setting up her friend of 10 years, Edward Glenn, for a violent death, 24-year-old Carmisha Lay must now consider turning on another important man in her life. Her boyfriend, Stephen Lester.
Prosecutors offer her a plea deal for second-degree murder and 15 years in prison if she'll testify against her boyfriend at trial.
If Carmisha doesn't take the deal, she could be facing a first-degree murder conviction and a lifetime behind bars.
You have to make a decision. Is it going to be me or him? Am I going to take life in prison, or am I going to at least have an opportunity to have some life and give him up?
This is a man that hadn't even been faithful to her after all the trust she put in him. He had another woman on the side all along.
As if the decision isn't hard enough, Stephen finds a way to up the stakes for Carmisha.
Remember years ago they were doing love letters? They're still doing that to this day. They're still writing letters.
I'm sure it started off with the same tactic that he used when he first met her. You know, I love you, you know, don't do this to me, we can be together.
But they started turning cryptic, and she was getting threats for her safety if she continued to cooperate with the state.
Stephen is clearly threatening her life if she moves forward with testifying against him. Shockingly, Carmisha apologizes to him, and she says, you know, there's no real reason for me to put you behind bars. She's writing back lovingly, like it's clear that she's still in love with him.
But when Stephen's trial date approaches, Carmisha seems to find a voice of her own.
After doing everything for Stephen for so long, she finally decides to choose herself and actually goes forward with testifying against Stephen in court.
On December 9th, 2015, the trial against Stephen Lester begins, with Carmisha as the prosecution's star witness.
Carmisha gets on the stand, does an awesome job.
It's time for her to be the woman she is and take the stand and, you know, do right by Edward.
Carmisha echoes to the court what she told investigators months prior.
Stephen, he is the mastermind. He's the one that came to Carmisha and told her, I need money. I think this would be a good guy to rob. I know he's close to you.
Carmisha stands by her claim that she never meant for Edward to get hurt and that it was all her boyfriend's fault.
But Stephen's defense team isn't letting Carmisha off easy.
Defense comes up. They cross-examine her and turn the heat all the way up. They pull out the letters. Remember those pen pals back and forth?
They use the letters that back and forth between her and Stephen as evidence. And they say, you know, all of this is just her not wanting to see Stephen with another woman. So she'll do whatever she can to make that happen, even if that means him being incarcerated for the rest of his life.
The defense also reminds jurors that all evidence against Stephen is merely circumstantial.
They found bullets, but no shell casings. There's text messages, but the text messages never mention his name. So the only thing they have is Carmisha's word, which changed from minute to minute.
After 3 long days in court, the jury is confident they have enough to make a decision.
The jury only takes 2 hours to deliberate and convict Stephen Lester.
He's found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Even though investigators believe that Donkey was the trigger man, they were able to prove that Lester was the mastermind behind the crime.
2 years later, police are finally able to apprehend Donkey and identify him as 27-year-old Eric McReynolds.
Eric pled guilty to facilitation to commit second-degree murder.
He only gets 8 years in jail.
He's finished that sentence and he's out.
You're the one that ultimately pulled the trigger that ended my brother's life, and you just get a measly 8 years. So that's like a slap in the face to our family.
For Edward Glenn Jr.'s loved ones, the 15-year sentence Carmisha Lay was awarded as part of her plea deal also isn't enough.
I was pissed. I'm calling the prosecutor, like, I need to talk to somebody because she's the reason. She's the main reason. Nobody else could have put them in the same place at the same time except her. How is she getting a lesser sentence? My brother's youngest daughter won't even be 18 years old before this girl can walk free. And y'all think that's okay?
Carmisha has to look back and be like, this was a man that I've known since I was 16, and I was part of his murder. This is going to haunt her for the rest of her life.
Carmisha Lay, she was all about her man. No matter what the consequences were, she was willing to do anything for Stephen.
Is it worth it? Is it worth someone's life? Everybody lost in this situation. My brother lost the most because he lost his life. But you're in prison now.
If somebody really loves you, they're not going to ask you to do something that would destroy your life or destroy someone else's. Love does not destroy, it creates, it protects, it produces.
When a man showers you with love, adoration, and attention, it can feel like you're invincible. You want to do anything to keep that feeling alive. And if you let love take your life off the rails, it can send you crashing towards fatal consequences. When you come from a rough childhood, the prospect of starting your own family on your own terms can provide a sense of renewal.
She wanted to rewrite her story.
It led her to have this desire to sort of right a wrong.
And when you find a partner who shares those same desires, it feels as if there's no stopping you.
They were very committed to building a life with one another.
She said, I'm pregnant, and she told me her baby was due in November.
But what happens when it all falls apart?
Starting a family proved to be difficult.
The relationship was on the rocks. It was unraveling.
Every night, we had an argument.
When the reality you've built for yourself starts to crumble, what will you do to maintain the illusion of love?
She became desperate.
She wanted to keep her man happy.
Everybody thought maybe she just had a mental break.
November 20th, 2015. It's a chilly fall afternoon in the Bronx, an energetic borough in the heart of New York City.
To me, the Bronx is the best borough. It's friendly. You see a lot of kids outside running, playing.
You have all types of people coming from around the world that they come here and they settle. It's a hustle and bustle kind of neighborhood, but it's very family oriented.
It's a seemingly ordinary day for 27-year-old soon-to-be father Carter Coleman, who is out and about in the city. But that will soon change.
At 2 p.m., Carter Coleman gets this panicked phone call from his 22-year-old pregnant girlfriend, Ashley Wade.
Ashley explains to Carter that she had gone into labor unexpectedly and that she had just given birth at home.
Carter is in disbelief. Ashley's due date was 5 days earlier, on November 15th. So the couple had been expecting her to go into labor any day now. But they never expected it to happen like this.
He's excited to meet his new daughter, but anxious that she arrived so unexpectedly. He wants to make sure that Ashley and his new daughter are okay.
Carter rushes over to Ashley's home on Monticello Avenue.
And when he pulls up, he sees Ashley sitting on the stairs, holding the baby in her arms.
But he also noticed that she was covered in blood.
Ashley is frantic. She says that she and her newborn baby were just attacked. It's pure chaos.
Bronx native Ashley Wade was someone who seemed like she always had it together.
Growing up, Ashley was pretty popular. She was the vice president of her high school class. She was treasurer of the diversity club, and she went on to a four-year institution where she earned a degree in biology.
Once Ashley graduated from college, she worked in the medical field.
She did work in a healthcare agency, different clinics in the community. She was always very pleasant, easygoing.
She really loved to help people, and it seems that she really loved her career.
She was that young lady who had everything going for her.
However, behind closed doors, Ashley had overcome a difficult upbringing.
Ashley was someone that suffered years of abuse from different family members during her childhood.
For Ashley, being abused or neglected by her own family led her to have this desire to sort of right a wrong.
She wanted to rewrite her story by having children in a solid family.
When Ashley started dating 21-year-old Carter Coleman in the spring of 2010, he seemed like the perfect man to help her build her dream family.
They met each other through mutual friends and hit it off immediately. He shared her same values and made her laugh.
They both had the same idea of what family and being a couple together was like.
He was a stand-up guy. Integrity, personality, he had a great job. Everything she was looking for, Mr. Coleman was.
Carter and Ashley were madly in love and couldn't wait to take their relationship to new heights.
They were very committed to building a life with one another.
They really wanted to bring a child into this world. They wanted to be parents. They had been looking forward to that for such a long time.
But bringing a child into the world would come with its challenges.
Unfortunately, the road ahead for Ashley and Carter wasn't easy, and starting a family proved to be difficult.
Ashley suffered several miscarriages. She and Carter tried to conceive for years, but every time something went wrong.
Having multiple miscarriages, if you're really seeking to have a family, can be a traumatic experience.
Ashley and Carter started to get very hopeless. They believed that it wouldn't be possible for them to have a child together.
It kind of built a strain within their relationship.
However, in February of 2015, a glimmer of hope appeared.
Things turned around for the couple. Ashley became pregnant again, and this time it looked like it could really happen. Of course, Mr. Carter became extremely excited. She was excited.
It was a baby girl, and finally, this was supposed to be a viable pregnancy.
She told me, she said, I'm pregnant, and she told me her baby was due in November.
Ashley and Carter were overwhelmed with excitement to have this baby. They were posting pictures on social media. They were telling all their friends and family about it. They were getting their baby registry together.
She had a lot of baby stuff, cribs, walker, high chairs, baby clothes, bottles. She had her bedroom all set up for a baby.
They were just so happy to finally become parents.
But now, Ashley has seemingly given birth to the couple's newborn at her home after going into labor unexpectedly. And that's not all.
Ashley's covered in blood and claims that she and the baby has been attacked. And the assailant is incapacitated inside the apartment.
Ashley says she had to fight for her life.
Carter calls 911 and he begs them to come quickly.
He's terrified that his girlfriend and his baby girl have been seriously injured in this attack.
The situation was a complete nightmare.
When Ashley Wade and Carter Coleman finally had a viable pregnancy after multiple miscarriages, they were overjoyed.
They wanted to become parents and bring a child into the world.
They were looking forward to starting a family of their own.
But on November 20th, 2015, 5 days past Ashley's due date, her labor and delivery haven't gone as planned.
Ashley told Carter that someone broke into her home and attacked her shortly before she gave birth.
She says she fought hard to defend herself, and she told Carter that the assailant was still inside the home.
Carter makes a desperate phone call to 911, and he's hoping that His girlfriend and the baby haven't been harmed in the attack.
Minutes later, first responders arrive at the scene. As EMS prepare to take Ashley and the newborn to the hospital, officers make their way through the home with guns drawn.
They see a horrible crime scene.
There was blood all over the place.
On the ground, they find a young woman covered in blood, and she appears to be deceased.
However, when the police checked her vitals, they were shocked to see that she still had a pulse.
The young woman is alive.
But who is she? And how did she end up in this violent altercation with Ashley Wade?
Officers called paramedics to take the young woman to the same hospital that Ashley and the newborn are being transported to.
Over at the Montefiore Hospital, Ashley and the newborn are expected to make a full recovery.
The baby has only a couple of lacerations on her right thigh, and Ashley has been stabbed in the leg twice, but she doesn't have any other injuries.
When Bronx investigators arrive, they're hoping Ashley can provide more insight into what happened.
Ashley's still a bit shaken up, but she agrees to give detectives a statement.
To their surprise, Ashley says she's familiar with the woman from the altercation.
Her name is Angelica Sutton, and she says that she's an old childhood friend.
Ashley says they were childhood friends from elementary school, and the two recently reconnected on Facebook.
They grew pretty close over the upcoming weeks and months. They would go out to eat, they would go shopping together. The relationship seemed to be going very well.
But Ashley claims earlier that day, around 1:30 p.m., things had taken a dark turn.
Ashley said that Angelica texted her and said that she was outside of her house and asked if she could come inside.
Ashley tells detectives that she was a bit surprised by the last-minute visit by her friend, but she let her in anyway.
Once Angelica was inside, Ashley says her old pal became unexpectedly hostile.
Ashley said Angelica began to bring up old issues, saying that Ashley bullied her in elementary school.
Ashley tells detectives that I guess she just remembered that she was treated so badly by Ashley. She wanted to confront her about it that day.
Ashley says the allegations took her completely by surprise.
She thought they were friends. Why would you bring this up now?
Ashley says that the more they were having this conversation, she became very confused about the things that she was being accused of doing more than 10 years ago. And as she kept questioning Angelica about what she was talking about, Angelica became more aggressive.
Feeling threatened, Ashley says she grabbed the first weapon she could, a kitchen knife.
Ashley claimed that Angelica lunged at her, so she stabbed her in self-defense.
She then claimed that she tried to run, but Angelica grabbed her leg and pulled her to the floor.
Ashley tells detectives that when she fell to the floor, the knife fell as well, and Angelica went to grab for the knife and stabbed her in the leg.
Ashley explains at that point, it felt like kill or be killed.
Ashley said that she kicked the knife out of Angelica's hand, grabbed it, and began stabbing Angelica until she stopped moving.
Ashley tells detectives she was stunned by what had just happened. But the shockwave wasn't over yet.
She said suddenly she felt a gush of water between her legs and she was going into labor.
Ashley said everything was happening so quickly. She didn't even think twice about calling 911 or trying to even leave the home. By that point, the baby was already here and she was holding her in her arms.
It's a shocking story, one detectives are eager to corroborate.
Something seemed a bit fishy to them. This was such a violent altercation to simply be over some elementary school beef. It seemed like there had to be more to the story than what Ashley was telling them.
But will Angelica survive to tell them her side of what happened?
Her injuries were so severe that she barely had a pulse.
My neighbor called me and said, "Angela, the police is at your house." So I said to my company that I was with, "Oh, maybe Ashley is having her baby. Maybe she went into labor." But when I got home, everything was cordoned off. I could not get into the house. Police, cameramen, everybody, everywhere. I was very distraught, trying to get a grip of what had really happened in my house.
November 20th, 2015, Bronx, New York. Detectives have just taken a statement from 22-year-old Ashley Wade, who claims her childhood friend, Angelica Sutton, attacked her inside her home.
According to Ashley, Angelica was upset about the way Ashley treated her in elementary school.
Ashley says that she was forced to defend herself against Angelica with a kitchen knife, and that she had gone into labor soon afterwards.
Ashley has claimed that she gave birth after this attack.
But is Ashley telling the truth?
Something about Ashley's story felt off to detectives. Angelica's injuries seemed really excessive to be the result of self-defense.
Angelica was in such a critical state, they weren't even sure she was going to survive.
Could all of this have really happened over some elementary school argument?
As investigators continue trying to make sense of Ashley's story, Angelica Sutton's fiance, 25-year-old James Turner, is at the Bronx County Courthouse waiting for her.
He and Angelica were scheduled to be married during a private ceremony at the courthouse that day.
They were childhood sweethearts, and they were ready to do this thing.
However, he had been waiting there for over an hour, and Angelica's nowhere to be found.
He waited and he waited, and she never showed up.
She wasn't answering any of his calls or texts.
He was becoming very concerned. James thought that maybe Angelica was changing her mind. She got cold feet, didn't want to be married.
But then, James receives a phone call from a number he doesn't recognize.
Hoping it's Angelica, he picks it up.
It's Montefiore Hospital, and to James' horror, the hospital tells him that Angelica was brought in critical condition after a violent fight with a friend.
EMS explains to James that they tried everything they could to save her, but unfortunately, Angelica passed away in the ambulance at 3:30 p.m.
James can hardly believe what he's hearing. He heads to the hospital immediately.
He was supposed to get married, supposed to be the happiest day of his life. Instead, he ends up going to a hospital after learning that she's dead.
When James arrives at the hospital, investigators are there waiting for him.
They informed James that according to Ashley Wade, Angelica showed up to her home and attacked her. Ashley stated that she stabbed Angelica several times in self-defense and then went into labor, giving birth to a baby girl.
But James tells detectives that can't be possible.
He says that this doesn't make any sense. He knows his fiancée. She would never attack anyone.
That's when James drops a bombshell.
He informed the police that, in fact, Angelica had been 9 months pregnant and was literally due any day with their child.
And now he wants to know what happened to the baby. Angelica passed away, but is the baby all right? What's going on?
Detectives are taken aback by this information.
There was only one child at the scene that Ashley said was hers.
James' eyes widen, and his face turns pale.
He puts two and two together. He says, wait a minute, my girlfriend was pregnant. She was about to give birth. I think that's my baby.
On November 20th, 2015, Bronx investigators are still trying to get to the bottom of what happened at the home of 22-year-old Ashley Wade.
Ashley claims that her friend Angelica Sutton attacked her, causing her to go into labor on the floor of her home. She says that she stabbed Angelica several times in self-defense.
But now, Angelica's heartbroken fiancé, James Turner, has just revealed a piece of information that will turn the investigation on its head.
Angelica was 9 months pregnant at the time of her death, but there is only one newborn baby at the crime scene.
He says the baby found at the scene is not Ashley Wade's. James says that the baby belonged to him and Angelica.
He's like, no, that's my baby. Angelica was pregnant. If there's a baby and there's only one baby, that's my baby.
He's demanding to see the child.
To the credit of the detective, I think, understood what James was going through. And he put his hand on his shoulder and said, listen, James, we're still investigating this. We're not saying this is not your baby. And we're gonna let you see this baby as soon as we can if it in fact it is your baby.
For James, this was just an unbelievably awful situation. Not only is his paternity being called into question, but he's lost the love of his life, someone who was supposed to become his wife on that very day.
Despite what Ashley Wade had claimed about her, 22-year-old Angelica Sutton, lovingly nicknamed by her friends and family as Angel, was known to be compassionate and sweet.
Angel really suited her, not only because it was a nickname, but because she was a really kind-hearted person and everyone just loved her.
Angelica's loving spirit came from the fact that she's a church girl. She comes from a line of different pastors, her dad, her grandpa, and she grew up in the church and everybody knew her.
But aside from her gentle demeanor, Angelica was also smart and dedicated to her future.
In 2015, Angelica Sutton graduated from a Catholic college, St. John's University in Queens, with a degree in criminal justice.
Angelica also worked for her aunt, who was the owner of a high-end restaurant in New York, and she was working as a manager there and very proud to be a part of this family business.
In addition to her successful career and supportive family, Angelica was also in a loving relationship with her fiancé, James Turner.
James and Angelica had known each other their whole entire lives.
They actually met each other when they were 2 years old. Their grandmothers were very good friends, so they grew up together. James Turner and Angelica Sutton had a fairy tale relationship.
They were best friends, and he always knew he was going to marry her.
So after the couple found out they were pregnant with a baby girl, it seemed as good a time as ever for James to put a ring on it.
As soon as they got pregnant, he proposed, and he was so excited to make Angelica his wife.
Angelica was ecstatic. The prospect of marriage and a new baby really filled her life with a lot of joy. And she spent all of her free time planning for the wedding and getting ready for the baby.
In the fall of 2015, as Angelica busily planned her upcoming labor and wedding day, she received an unexpected notification on her social media page.
Angelica got a friend request on Facebook from her elementary school friend, Ashley Wade. It was a little bit surprising because they weren't really good friends in elementary school, but why not? It's Facebook. So she accepted the request.
Ashley sent a message to Angelica. She congratulated her on her pregnancy and revealed that she was also expecting. She goes on to explain that her and Angelica were even at the same stages of their pregnancy.
Over a course of a few weeks, they went from not really knowing each other from back in the day to bonding, to dinners, to shopping. Their friendship was really blossoming in a very short time.
But now, James Turner tells detectives he thinks the friendship was all a ruse.
James believed his fiancée was targeted by Ashley Wade.
Now they're thinking, was Ashley Wade ever even pregnant?
Something wasn't right here. This case was becoming more and more twisted by the minute.
Meanwhile, the medical examiner in the hospital mortuary is assessing Angelica Sutton's injuries and is making some alarming discoveries.
It can only be described as something out of a horror movie.
Angelique's throat had been slashed, damaging her vocal cords, and she had been stabbed over 50 times in her abdomen.
And in examining Angelica's abdomen further, the ME finds more than just stab wounds.
She was viciously knifed, her abdomen was cut open, and organs were missing.
Her uterus has literally been carved out of her.
Back at the crime scene, investigators are finding even more evidence that supports James's assertions.
There was blood everywhere, but they could trace that blood, and they could begin to understand the movements of the parties there. And it appeared that Angelica was trying to run away from whatever was happening to her.
She was trying to escape instead of being aggressive and cornering Ashley in the kitchen, like Ashley claimed.
Even more tragic, investigators locate the parts of Angelica that have been missing during the medical examiner's assessment of her body.
They find her discarded placenta and uterus. It's just absolutely horrifying.
The story that was being given by Ashley was crumbling right before their eyes.
Ashley Wade was not telling the truth about what happened that day.
November 20th, 2015. Bronx investigators are realizing that 22-year-old Ashley Wade has been lying to them about what happened inside her home earlier that day.
Ashley Wade claims she was attacked by her friend Angelica Sutton, and she went into labor shortly after.
But the evidence doesn't support Ashley's version of events.
Angelica was stabbed 50 times, and what they learned, the medical examiners, was that her uterus had been completely cut out of her body. I mean, we're talking like Jack the Ripper type crimes.
Additionally, Angelica's fiancé, James Turner, claims she was the one expecting.
According to James, Angelica was 9 months pregnant at the time of her death. If what James says is true, and considering that only one newborn baby was at the crime scene, was Ashley Wade ever even pregnant?
The story that was being given by Ashley was crumbling right before their eyes.
Armed with an arsenal of new information, detectives prepare to speak with Ashley for the second time.
When the detectives enter the room where Ashley is being treated, the doctors are trying to persuade Ashley to let them do a pelvic exam, essentially to find out if she did in fact just give birth. And Ashley is refusing to do so.
Why wouldn't she want to confirm something that she was so adamant that happened?
Once alone with her, detectives give it to Ashley straight.
They let her know that they don't believe what she's saying to them, that they have reason to believe that she's lying. They know that Angelica was 9 months pregnant, and they also believe that the baby that was delivered was Angelica's baby and not Ashley's.
At that point, Ashley's demeanor shifts.
Ashley starts to cry, and she tells the detectives that she wasn't being completely honest. She finally admits she was not pregnant at the time of the attack.
However, she does still stand by the first part of her story, stating that Angelica showed up at her apartment and they got into an argument over something that happened in elementary school over 10 years ago, and that Angelica was the aggressor and did attack her.
She said that's why she picked up a knife during the course of a struggle and began stabbing this woman.
But Ashley now claims that once Angelica stopped moving, she immediately thought of the baby inside her old friend.
Ashley had lost several babies of her own in the past. She had several miscarriages. So now she says that she was thinking about this unborn child and do what she could to save the unborn child.
That's when Ashley did the unthinkable.
She used her medical care skills and took a knife and conducted a C-section, botched nonetheless, to cut the baby out of Angelica's body.
She framed it as if she had rescued this small child. In her mind, at least as how she described it to the detectives, she was doing an act of savior. She was saving this baby.
After Ashley removes the baby from Angelica, she starts to behave as a mother might. So she cleans the baby up, rinses her off. She has formula in the house. She feeds the baby.
Ashley said the more she held her, the longer she held her, it felt right to her. It felt like it was her baby, and she really was okay with what had happened.
Then, when Carter arrived, it felt like they were really going to be a family.
They had been waiting for this. This was everything that she has wanted for so long.
Carter, he let her know that he was going to take care of her and that family and they were going to be together. She finally admitted that this is the reason why she kept up with the lie. She wanted to keep her man happy.
But detectives quickly realized certain elements of Ashley's story still aren't making sense.
For several months, Ashley's been faking her pregnancy, which means that Ashley did not just plan this that day.
She was posting pictures, claiming to be pregnant for quite some time. And then, of course, we have this elaborate nursery that she had made up already, waiting for a baby in her apartment.
Police charge Ashley with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and criminal possession of a weapon.
Due to the brutality of the crime, she would not be offered any sort of plea deal.
Instead of going to jail, she is taken to a psychiatric ward for an evaluation.
That's not uncommon when you have someone that appears, very mentally disturbed. And if you are engaged in this type of behavior, I don't think it's a far stretch to say this person is mentally disturbed.
I was very surprised to hear that she was never pregnant. Everybody thought maybe she just had a mental break.
As investigators prepare for trial, they start to piece together what really drove Ashley Wade to commit such an unthinkable crime against her old friend.
Ashley and Carter's relationship was on the rocks.
Every night, we had an argument.
So she decided she would make sure she gave him a baby one way or another.
Ashley sent me a letter and she said, I apologize for any inconvenience I may have caused in your life. That was never my intention. I am writing in regards to my property. I will be collecting my belongings as soon as the police allow me to do so. Please do not throw anything out. I hope this letter finds you in great health. And again, I apologize for any inconvenience.
How did you feel about that letter? Did you feel like she's sincere?
I think she really apologized. I think she felt it.
In the winter of 2015, Bronx investigators have charged Ashley Wade with first-degree murder and kidnapping. Ashley has admitted to stabbing her pregnant friend, Angelica Sutton, to death and cutting her unborn child from her womb.
Ashley had committed a horrendous crime, one in which this city has never seen before.
But what drove her to such madness? Investigators believe the crime was a desperate attempt to keep her man by her side.
By all accounts, Ashley and Carter's relationship was on the rocks. It was unraveling. There were several miscarriages, and it was tearing their relationship apart.
There were times that Ashley and her boyfriend seemed to be arguing in loud voices. Every night they had an argument. I would see his stuff packed on the staircase.
After Ashley's most recent miscarriage, she became desperate. She knew that she needed to do something to make sure that her relationship with Carter was solid.
So she decided she would tell him she was pregnant again, but this time she would make sure she gave him a baby one way or another.
Investigators theorize that when Ashley came across her old elementary school classmate on social media and saw that she was 8 months pregnant, she knew she found just the target she needed to carry out her plan.
Ashley reached out to Angelica under the ruse that she too was pregnant at this time. And Angelica was such a nice person. She became very friendly with Ashley and she trusted Ashley.
Once Ashley had found her bait, she hooked the line into her and she really made Angelica feel as vulnerable with her as much as she could.
On the morning of November 20th, 2015, investigators believe Ashley decided it was time to put the final steps of her callous plan into motion.
Investigators thought that she probably reached out to Angelica to pick up some baby items or a wedding gift in order to lure her to the home that day.
But when Angelica arrived, she never could have expected the true horror that awaited her.
Ashley had lured Angelica inside, and she slit her throat so she couldn't scream for help.
Then she continued stabbing her multiple times until she stopped moving. In total, Angelica was stabbed approximately 50 times.
50 times? That's extreme. That's more than wanting somebody dead. You want the person completely exterminated.
Next, Ashley performed this crude C-section on her old friend, cutting her belly with such precision and removing the baby without harm caused the detectives to believe she had to have researched exactly how to cut the belly.
But just days before Ashley's trial, investigators make a discovery that complicates the case against her.
Detectives gained access to text messages between Angelica and Ashley. In reviewing the text messages, they learned that Angelica was actually the one who initiated the visit for the morning of November 20th, 2015. It was Angelica who told Ashley she was going to come by.
Ashley responded that she and Carter had just gotten into an argument about the validity of her pregnancy, so it really wasn't a good time.
Angelica still insisted on coming over to try and cheer Ashley up, mother to mother.
However, investigators conclude that while this revelation was unexpected, it does not diminish the depravity of the crime that has been committed.
Just because Angelica wanted to come over the apartment, that's not going to undermine a murder charge. You could develop the intent to murder somebody in, a half a second. At some point, she decided she was going to murder her.
Maybe Ashley hadn't planned on carrying out the crime that exact day, but it still appeared premeditated in multiple ways.
When Ashley's trial begins in a packed courtroom on September 2nd, 2016, her charges have been lessened to second-degree murder.
The text messages made it too difficult to prove the premeditation they needed for a conviction of the first-degree murder charges.
Ashley's defense team asks the court for leniency.
Ashley did seem remarkable. She was very quiet and subdued.
They hired psychiatrists to obtain an opinion that Ashley was suffering from some serious mental condition that has been recognized as being a legitimate defense, like insanity, for example. But because Ashley had changed the story on many different occasions, and it appeared that she was changing her story based on new information that she was receiving. And that seemed to undermine any type of serious psychiatric defense.
When the jury retires to deliberate, it doesn't take them long to return with their verdict.
They found her guilty of murder in the second degree, and they found her guilty of kidnapping.
Although it isn't the first-degree murder conviction Angelica's loved ones were hoping for, Ashley Wade will still have to answer for what she's done.
Ashley Wade was sentenced for 25 years for the second-degree murder and an additional 15 years for the kidnapping. So she got a total of 40 years.
When you take a 30,000-foot view of this incident, this was just a tragedy beyond compare. You have got lives ruined, families destroyed, and while we could sit back and say nothing good came from this story, there is at least one thing, which is James and Angelica's beautiful and bright 8-year-old girl who is thriving.
As for Ashley Wade, her unfettered desire to start a family with her man has likely taken that chance away from her forever.
Ashley went to extreme measures to the point where it became egregious just to keep a man.
She had a history of trauma and grief, and the only stability that she saw for herself in her life was this relationship with Carter. So she was gonna do whatever she needed to make sure that he stayed with her. And if that meant that she needed to have a baby, that's what she did.
Don't ever allow yourself to be so consumed by someone else out of some form of desperation. Don't believe that you need to go to any extreme to try to make somebody love you.
To commit a murder doesn't worth it to keep a man. Because now she's in jail and he's still out here, you know?
Love can be an intoxicating deception, one that can consume us and blind us to the truth. When the desire to start a family with the person we love becomes an obsession, the lines between reality and fantasy can blur. And soon you will find yourself questioning what's real and what's just an illusion. Trust. It's vital to any lasting relationship. When you trust someone with your whole heart, you're giving them everything and taking your chances with love. But building trust takes time. And if you trust too quickly, it may just backfire, sending you speeding into a nightmare you can't escape. Before you know it, your relationship has collapsed in on itself, leaving you in the dust. January 19th, 2010. It's 2 a.m. in downtown Atlanta. The sun is down, but the city is alive.
Atlanta is always awake. Atlanta is a city that never stops.
Over on the northwest side of town, 22-year-old Max Turner and his friend, Reese Shaw, are walking their dates to the train station after a night of partying.
The group was flirty and laughing and having a good time.
But soon, the jovial evening would be turned on its head.
An SUV pulls up right next to them.
All of a sudden, 2 armed gunmen jump out and hold the group up at gunpoint.
The assailants demanded everything: keys, wallet, valuables.
Everybody's frantic, they're panicking. It went from a double date to a robbery.
In the chaos, Max shoves past the gunman and tells the others to run.
All of a sudden he hears bang, 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 bang.
He is terrified. He is literally running for his life.
Max is able to take cover behind a nearby building, but he sees that his friend Reese isn't as lucky.
He sees that Reese is on the ground. He's being beaten to a pulp.
That's when Max notices something that makes his jaw drop.
He sees his dates in the vehicle of the suspects that had just robbed them.
He knows in that moment that they were absolutely set up.
Suddenly, Max sees the gunman rush to the vehicle and the foursome flees the scene. When the coast is clear, Max races to his friend's aid.
He realizes that these injuries are really bad. He doesn't know if he's gonna live or die.
Soon, police will not only find themselves chasing the brazen foursome, but chasing the truth, where one woman must decide just how far her loyalty lies for a man she just met.
I knew I'm about to risk it all for this man.
In 2010, 22-year-old Atlanta newcomer Tiffany Vega was excited for a fresh start.
She's had a tough time in the city of Kissimmee, Florida, where she comes from. So she sees Atlanta as a new opportunity, a new land to start over.
Tiffany got her younger sister, Crystal, to go with her.
Tiffany was ecstatic to start her new journey with her sister by her side.
She saw bright lights, big city, but not only that, she saw an opportunity to really change the course of her life.
She loved fashion. Tiffany had hopes and dreams and aspirations of one day starting her own fashion line.
As Tiffany started her job search in the big city, she never expected to find love. But soon enough, she'd meet someone who would change her life forever.
One afternoon, while waiting at the bus stop, Tiffany was approached by this smooth-talking stranger.
He told her that she was too pretty to be waiting for a bus outside and offered to give her a ride home.
The young man introduced himself as 18-year-old Jerome Davis.
Jerome has all this great energy, and immediately they have this instant attraction.
He was a nice looking dude, muscle bound and little button nose and cute.
They were laughing, they were flirting.
Tiffany accepted Jerome's offer. He dropped her off shortly, and the two spent the rest of the afternoon texting each other.
He made me smile anytime I got a text message from him. It made me feel great.
Jerome was extremely attentive. I mean, text messages back and forth, just really lovey-dovey stuff.
It really just creates this connection between the two. They feel they both understand each other.
The next day, the connection between Tiffany and Jerome went beyond texts and straight to the bedroom.
The kisses will melt you. That's what happened. The kisses melted me.
Here you have this extreme chemistry between two individuals.
She fell hard, and it was fast.
Over the next few days, the romance between the two continued to blossom, and Tiffany felt like she'd hit the jackpot.
For the first time, Tiffany had somebody catering to her. Jerome would cook for her, pay her attention, spend that quality time. She felt special.
He was a real gentleman. That was one of the best things about him.
Jerome had even asked Tiffany to move in with him.
Within a week, she found herself moving into her new man's house, ready to start their lives together.
He was something like my grandma was telling me that what a man is supposed to be. So I never would have thought at the end that it would be the way it was.
January 19th, 2010, downtown Atlanta. Police have just arrived on the scene of a violent armed robbery, where victim Reese Shaw has been brutally beaten.
One of the officers, he go over there to tend to Reese until the EMTs were able to arrive.
Thankfully, it doesn't seem that his injuries are life-threatening.
With an ambulance en route and a bolo issued for the perp's dark SUV, officers speak to the other victim, 22-year-old Max Turner.
Max tells police they were on a double date at the time when, out of nowhere, two men came out with guns.
He was actually still in shock. He really couldn't believe that this had actually happened to him.
Max says he's sure their dates knew the male assailants.
Max tells the police the girls were on it. This was a setup from the beginning.
He sees this SUV and the two sisters that they had been on a date with earlier that night were in the back.
But before police can continue their conversation with Max, they receive word that their perps might just be within their clutches.
A beat cop happened to see the bolo and then quickly identified the suspected vehicle.
A high-speed chase of 120 miles per hour is ensuing. The SUV is driving very recklessly and dangerously, trying to get away from the officers.
Twenty-two-year-old Tiffany Vega was excited to move to the bustling city of Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta represented a fresh start for her.
But before her bags were unpacked, she met handsome 18-year-old Jerome Davis.
It was that instant, bond of feeling like somebody wants me just as much as I want them.
Tiffany and Jerome, they felt like soulmates.
Tiffany was happier than she'd ever been. But soon, she would find out her whirlwind romance was destined for trouble.
I'm not knowing I'm about to make a bad decision that's about to affect me for the rest of my life.
January 19th, 2010, 2:30 a.m. Atlanta police are in pursuit of a dark-colored SUV that's been implicated in a violent armed robbery.
It's a full-blown high-speed chase, a very dangerous situation.
But just as quickly as it started, the speeding vehicle is stopped in its tracks.
Anti-lock brakes, hit, car spins completely out of control, and then they hit a telephone pole.
The four assailants get out of the vehicle and run.
So the two girls take off. One of the males comes around from behind the car and is running behind the two young ladies.
The driver ran in the complete opposite direction.
Police are out in this foot chase pursuing these suspects.
As officers close in, one of the male assailants collides with the females.
The front passenger, he actually trips him.
I went down, straight on my knees, bust my knees open, I'm bleeding.
Police continue their pursuit of the male assailants, while the two women are apprehended. The women identify themselves as Tiffany and Crystal Vega. As the officers check them for weapons, they immediately find a firearm.
They find a gun on Tiffany. In the process of that male suspect knocking her to the ground, the gun landed underneath Tiffany.
I never realized I was even laying on the gun. Not until the police actually picked me up is when I realized there was a gun there.
Tiffany is adamant the weapon doesn't belong to her.
My first instinct was to tell them, that is not mine. I never touched that.
Regardless, officers prepare to take Tiffany and Crystal back to the station. And just minutes later, their colleagues apprehend the male suspect who escaped after colliding with the two sisters.
He's identified as 19-year-old Malcolm McClarty.
But where was the driver of the vehicle?
The police cannot find him anywhere. So their only hopes are to take the three suspects down to the station and hope that one of them cracks.
As Tiffany Vega, Crystal Vega, and Malcolm McClarty are booked into the Fulton County Jail, Atlanta detectives arrive at a local hospital to speak with the victims of the robbery. 22-year-old Max Turner and 20-year-old Reese Shaw.
Reese took a pretty brutal beating, but the doctors were able to stabilize him.
Detectives ask Max and Reese to start from the beginning. Max says it all started when he met Tiffany on a dating website.
He actually invited me to come over and hang out.
Tiffany ended up bringing her sister, Crystal, who hit it off with Reese.
Max and Reese is having a great time with the young ladies. They're basically having a kickback at his house.
Just before 2 a.m., the girls said they needed to head home, but were worried about walking to the train station by themselves.
Max and Reese decided that they would walk them out.
It was getting real late, so the gentleman thing to do was to walk the young ladies to the MARTA station.
Max says he and Reese never could have expected what happened next.
All of a sudden, these guys are rough, they're aggressive, they're yelling, they're shouting.
In the middle of all this chaos, Max was able to get away.
Max said one of the men fired a gun at him.
But when Reese tried to run, he was grabbed by one of the men and knocked down to the ground.
Reese tells detectives he was terrified as the man began rifling through his pockets.
The guy took his phone and his wallet from his pockets.
Reese says he then tried to get up, but his attempt to escape only escalated the situation.
That's when the beating happened.
He said that after the first few blows, everything else was a blur from there.
Detectives thank the two victims for their time and head back to the station to interview Tiffany, Crystal, and Malcolm. They're hoping they can get at least one of the perps to come clean and help nab the fourth assailant. But it'll be easier said than done.
My whole concept was he riding for me, so I might as well keep my loyalty to him. Whatever he asking me to do, I'm gonna do it. When I met Jerome, I was skeptical. I don't know you, I'm not getting in the car with you, but that's just how they do here in the South. That's that Southern hospitality. And he was comforting and just nice, and I didn't know nobody in Atlanta, and he told me he didn't have to worry. He'll make sure he take care of me. He was a guy that wanted to be a man, and he wanted to be my man.
January 19th, 2010. Atlanta detectives are investigating a violent armed robbery against two young men that left one of them hospitalized.
They're walking their dates down to the bus stop. All of a sudden, an SUV pulls up. Two men jump out with guns.
One of the victims, Max Turner, was shot at as he tried to run away from the robbers. The other, Reese Shaw, he was beaten and robbed.
And according to Max, their dates were in on the whole thing.
Max sees these two young women getting in this car with the assailants.
Fortunately, police now have 3 of the 4 suspects in custody: Tiffany Vega, Crystal Vega, and Malcolm McClarty. But a 4th suspect, the second assailant who had also been driving the vehicle, is still on the lam.
The 4th suspect has vanished into thin air.
After speaking with the victims at the hospital, detectives head back to the station to begin interviewing their perps. They begin with 22-year-old Tiffany Vega.
Tiffany was found with the gun, which made her look bad.
Max has identified Tiffany as the one who set up the date.
Detectives present Tiffany with the statements from Max and Reese.
Detectives now tell Tiffany the victims have identified you as being along with the other assailants running away in that SUV. You were found with the gun. We have all of these connections, Tiffany.
Detectives also confront Tiffany with photos of evidence police confiscated from the SUV: Reese's cell phone and wallet.
At this point, Tiffany is starting to feel the walls caving in. She doesn't know how she's going to get out of this.
I was just angry and frustrated and scared.
Detectives ask Tiffany who the fourth assailant is, the one driving the car.
Investigators are telling her that she will do jail time if she doesn't give up more information. They're hoping that this is what's going to be the breaking point for her.
But to their surprise, Tiffany remains steadfast.
I said, well, I don't know who you're talking about.
No matter what kind of questions they asked her, what kind of variations, what kind of promises, she would not give up any information.
To detectives, it's clear Tiffany is going to do whatever it takes to protect the fourth suspect.
All she has to do is cooperate with the police, and yet all she cares about is protecting him, making sure that he doesn't get caught up in this.
Getting nowhere with Tiffany, detectives decide to cut their losses and move on to their other suspects. But Crystal Vega and Malcolm McClarty are just as tight-lipped.
No one was talking.
Even though their fourth suspect is still a mystery, police move forward with charging the other three.
They were charged with armed robbery, felony aggravated assault.
Tiffany was also charged with possession of a firearm.
Detectives hope that in the months awaiting trial, they'll be able to nab the missing assailant one way or another.
At this point, it's like a cat and mouse game, but they would have to work different angles to try to find more information.
As Tiffany, Crystal, and Malcolm await trial, detectives begin monitoring their phone calls, hoping one of them will trip up and speak to their accomplice.
They listen for certain things, looking for a big fat red flag.
And soon, police would get the lead they were hoping for.
He continued to answer the phone. He keeps telling me he loves me and cares for me.
She would fall on the sword for her man.
January 2010. Atlanta police have Tiffany Vega and her sister Crystal, along with Malcolm McClarty, in custody for an armed robbery that terrorized two innocent men.
The victims thought they were on a double date with Tiffany and Crystal, but it turns out they were just being set up to be robbed.
While the victims survived and have been able to identify the three assailants in custody, the driver of the vehicle is still in the wind. And unfortunately, the three in custody aren't talking.
They pressed and they pressed, but they were not budging.
Detectives have begun listening in on their suspects' phone calls, hoping one of them will make contact with the fourth assailant. And it isn't long before Tiffany Vega's phone calls give them pause.
The entire first or 2 months, Jerome spoke to me all the time.
Tiffany and Jerome were talking a lot, so that gave them reason to believe that they were dating.
Many of the calls are romantic in nature, but that's not all.
They were talking as if he owed her for something, which seems suspicious to detectives.
He told me he loved me. He would make sure that he would file my taxes, and I explained to him to split the money up and put on me and my sister's books.
When detectives look into Jerome Davis's background, they become even more suspicious that he could be the missing assailant.
What police discover is Jerome has a pretty long rap sheet.
His crimes include assault and battery, so given his violent past, they wouldn't put it past him that he could be involved in this.
However, detectives need more concrete proof before they make a move on him. And unfortunately, the victims never got a good look at the fourth assailant.
The victims were able to identify Tiffany and Crystal Vega and Malcolm McClarty, but cannot identify the driver.
You couldn't connect Jerome to anything. There's no fingerprints. There was nothing really linking him to the crime.
Detectives continue to monitor Tiffany's phone calls, hoping she will slip up and implicate Jerome in the crime. but the couple is taking their precautions.
So because the phone calls are recorded in the jail, we never spoke about how he got away. He asked me how I was doing. I asked him, was he making any moves to help me? Those were the kind of conversations that we were having. We never discussed anything about the crime or anything.
To detectives, it seems Tiffany still believes her man can save her from the outside.
I think what she initially thought was, oh, he loves me, he's gonna take care of me, I'll be quiet because this is what you do for people you care about.
She's still holding on to that hope that the man that was loyal, devoted, loved her for who she was going to be out there fighting for her.
But as the months wear on, detectives notice Jerome has gone AWOL.
He stopped calling her, stopped answering her calls, and stopped putting money on the books for her and her sister.
Tiffany seems crushed.
At this point, I'm just adapting. I'm concerned about my sister. I don't see nothing happening on Jerome's end. So, being that he's not doing anything, now I'm like, okay, you say you love me, but I don't see it.
She was really starting to feel the weight that this relationship may not have been what she thought it was.
Detectives wonder if this is their chance, a chink in the couple's armor. In August 2010, 7 months after the armed robbery took place, they sit down again with Tiffany.
At that point now I'm angry. At that point I'm mad and sad at the same time.
Detectives tell Tiffany their theory, that the fourth individual, the driver in the crime, was her boyfriend, Jerome Davis.
If he was her boyfriend, it would explain why she was trying to protect him.
Detectives tell her they know he's not calling her anymore and he's no longer putting any money on her books.
They also pull out a shocking piece of information that they'd only just recently discovered. One that detectives feel confident will get Tiffany to turn on her man.
Jerome has a new girlfriend now. So that's why he stopped calling her, stopped reaching out.
That crushed my soul, to think that somebody cared about you and they walked away freely from something that you all were a part of and just left, the three of us left to serve time while he was home chilling at his new girlfriend's house.
Detectives' hunch was correct. Now, a heartbroken Tiffany is ready to tell all.
I'm not trying to protect him any longer. I can't protect him any longer because that ain't real love.
You have Tiffany now having this massive moment of reflection where she realized she's been used.
So now Tiffany is about to spill everything.
August 2010. After 7 months of investigation, Atlanta police are on the brink of nabbing the fourth assailant involved in a violent armed robbery. 18-year-old Jerome Davis.
Jerome was the boyfriend of one of the women they have in custody, Tiffany Vega.
Police suspected that he was the fourth assailant after numerous jail calls with Tiffany, but they needed proof to secure a warrant.
Initially, Tiffany refused to cooperate with police and was doing everything in her power to protect her man. But now the detectives have provided proof of Jerome and his new girlfriend. A heartbroken Tiffany is ready to tell all.
I was super depressed. He dragged me into this. And now I have to do what's right.
Tiffany says it all started on the night of January 18th, when she and Jerome had only been dating for 1 week.
It was hard for them to make ends meet.
We were not doing well financially. So he said, I got away. We just need some people to rob. And I'll say, I never did that before, I've never actually taken from somebody.
Tiffany tells detectives Jerome assured her it would be fine.
And he was like, all you gotta do is find someone, I'll do the rest.
And eventually, Tiffany caved.
Every doubt that she had, he was like, no, this is for us. This is how we're going to start off our lives. This is how we're going to take on this world.
He riding for me, so I might as well keep my loyalty to him. He's the only person looking out for me. The only person I got right now besides my sister that understands me, so whatever he asking me to do, I'm gonna do it.
Tiffany explains Jerome showed her how to log onto a chat room to look for a victim.
At this point, she meets this guy, Max.
We got some guys off the chat line that kept wanting to talk to us, and that's what we did. We made a decision to take whatever they had.
Tiffany recounts how Jerome helped calm her fears prior to leaving.
Jerome handed her a burner phone to contact them so that it couldn't be traced back from police to them.
Jerome also told her that he had a car that they could use to stay off the radar. He assured her that it was a foolproof plan.
I just thought that maybe he borrowed somebody's car. I don't know, it's stolen.
He coached her on how to behave, how to act, how to talk, how to keep the men interested, how to look at their surroundings.
She hung on Jerome's every word. She was loyal without question. She completely, totally just trusted him.
Tiffany says that night, Jerome and his friend Malcolm drove her and her sister to meet up with Max.
Max responded back. He had a friend with him and asked Tiffany if she had a friend, and that's how Crystal got involved.
While Jerome and Malcolm waited outside for the signal, Tiffany and Crystal tried to play it cool. But Tiffany wasn't expecting as many people to be there.
The house is full of people, and the sisters are getting nervous.
My mind was racing at that time that maybe this ain't the right thing to do. Maybe this is getting too scary for me.
Tiffany says when Max stepped away to grab drinks, she took the opportunity to text Jerome.
I text her, tell him don't come in here because it's people here and I don't want to get caught.
But Jerome was unfazed.
He told the girls to play it cool, flirt a little bit, and lure them outside so that they can get them alone.
Tiffany admits she followed her man's orders.
I said, well, we gotta go because we done stayed too late. They said, okay, we'll walk you to the train station.
She texts Jerome and let him know.
By 2 a.m., the foursome had almost reached the station.
It's really freaking me out that I'm about to do something this serious. Like, I was getting paranoid.
Seconds later, all hell broke loose.
Jerome and Malcolm are aggressively charging at them and holding the group up at gunpoint.
So I literally put my hands up as if I'm getting robbed.
Tiffany confirms that when Max took off running, Malcolm started shooting at him.
I hear gunshots, and now I'm really scared.
Jerome throws Reese to the ground, and Crystal and Tiffany are frozen. They're panicking.
The plan has completely broken down.
Jerome yells at Tiffany, hey babe, we gotta go. Gotta get in the car.
My sister has to shake me out of it and run, and tells me to run.
Tiffany says she and Crystal got into the backseat of the SUV as Jerome had instructed and watched the rest of the attack in horror.
She sees Reese start to get up, and Jerome tells Malcolm to handle him, so he starts brutally beating him.
As Malcolm continued to wail on Reese, Jerome got into the SUV with the girls to stash their stolen goods.
So Tiffany asked, what did you get? And Jerome said, well, a wallet, a cell phone, and $6. Tiffany's stomach dropped. She just realized that she risked it all for $6.
I look at him and say, I ain't made for this type of stuff. This is scary and I don't want nobody to get hurt. This is not good.
Tiffany says after that, Malcolm got in the SUV and the four of them fled the scene. The next thing she knew, cops were on their tail.
It didn't take cops long to spot the stolen vehicle after that bolo went out. The car had Ohio tags, and that's kind of rare because you're in Atlanta.
Jerome guns it. The car is speeding uncontrollably.
Tiffany says when Jerome started driving like a madman, she grabbed her sister's hand.
I told her I'm sorry. She's just shaking her head like, I'm gonna get you out of this.
Suddenly, Jerome lost control of the vehicle and they crashed.
Jerome jumps out of the driver's seat and takes off, leaving them all in the dust.
As Tiffany and her sister follow suit, Malcolm collides with them, tossing the gun.
He shoves Tiffany in the back, and she falls. And as she falls, she lands on the gun.
After 7 long months, Tiffany has finally given detectives the missing piece of this crime. But will Jerome Davis actually end up paying for what he's done? Or will Tiffany have to take the fall?
Jerome was never concerned about her or her best interest. She was just another person that he wanted to use to get what he wanted at that time. You have females that buy in and they support these guys and they commit these crimes and they take the fall for these crimes for these guys, and they're losing their futures because of it. And I think a lot of it comes from that sense of loyalty feel, which is interesting because a lot of them are so loyal only to find out that they've been replaced.
August 2010. After 7 months, the armed robbery attack on Max Turner and Reese Shaw has finally come full circle.
Detectives finally have enough evidence to arrest the fourth suspect, Jerome Davis, who was the driver that night.
It's all thanks to Jerome's girlfriend and accomplice, Tiffany Vega, who has agreed to cooperate with police in their efforts to bring down her man.
Jerome had betrayed her. She was willing to not give his name up, and he ultimately abandoned her while she was behind bars.
She felt like she'd been played.
Just hours after Tiffany gives her statement, police arrest Jerome and bring him in for questioning.
Investigators come in, they sit down, they talk with him. You kind of want to gauge to see what his commitment level is to his girl. How much is he willing to let his girl go down for? You know, does he care?
At the mention of Tiffany's name, Jerome says nothing.
At this point, Jerome is emotionless, stoic. He's withdrawn.
He didn't give anything up, really, because he felt like they didn't have anything on him.
Jerome lawyers up and decides to tempt his fate at trial. The other 3, however, choose to take plea deals for their roles in the crime.
We pleaded guilty and they dropped a lot of the charges down to lesser charges.
Tiffany and her sister Crystal are both sentenced to 10 years behind bars.
I went out and committed a crime. So you reap what you sow. If you go out and do something, there are consequences. But Crystal doesn't do stuff like that. It just wasn't okay for her to get in trouble. It might be the worst mistake of my life.
Malcolm McClarty receives a 20-year sentence.
He still shot at the victim, committed armed robbery, and beat another victim so much that he had to go to the hospital.
By the fall of 2010, Jerome Davis's trial is fast approaching. But everyone is shocked when it suddenly comes to a screeching halt.
The DA comes and sees me and says, I can't use you because you would look like a scorned lover, angry because he has a new girlfriend.
To Tiffany's dismay, Jerome walks away with probation and nothing else.
He never was sentenced to any jail time.
There was nothing really linking him to the crime except for the witness statements by the individuals that were all charged. So he basically almost gets off scot-free.
It's something that happens more than what we are willing to actually acknowledge, that people give themselves to other people to the point of the detriment to themselves.
In 2016, after 5 years in prison, Tiffany is granted early release for good behavior.
I was sentenced to 10 years to serve 6. My sister was sentenced 10 years to serve 4.
Though they lost precious time with their family while behind bars, the sisters tried to grow and learn from their experience.
We were ready to just live a happy life, to live in peace. Serving that time humbled me.
But even after everything that had happened, Jerome still couldn't leave Tiffany alone.
I didn't speak to Jerome till I got out of prison. He texted me and told me to be safe and stay out of trouble. And I told him, why would you even contact me? And those were our last words to each other.
For Tiffany, this is a healthy detachment. This gives her an opportunity to focus on the things that really matter, her family and her goals.
But in June of 2018, Tiffany and her family were dealt another tragic blow.
Crystal was unfortunately a victim of domestic violence. She was shot and killed by her boyfriend during an argument.
I couldn't be there to hold her hand or help her. It wasn't fair to her. It was hard. Real hard.
Today, Tiffany still regrets the crime she took part in and the trust she put in a man she had just met.
I always wanted somebody to protect me, be my knight in shining armor. And he played that role in the beginning so great. So great. But it was just a lie. I was living a lie.
Trust is a valuable currency, and you have to be careful who you give it to. If you're too quick to trust, you're not only risking your own life, but the lives of the ones you love. Before you know it, you could be racing down a dangerous path and ultimately wreck your entire life. In Marietta, Georgia, when a lonely divorcee meets a handsome model, her way of life shifts from pain to pleasure.
My mom seemed to be head over heels for him.
But soon, money problems turn the hot and heavy romance into a sinister spree of terror.
She needed him desperately enough that she was willing to do whatever he asked of her.
They weren't gonna let us live.
And later, in Texas, Ashley Irvin is only 17 years old, but she's ready to take the world by storm.
She knew what she wanted in life and did everything she needed to do to achieve those goals.
Until young love has her driving towards a dark and dismal future.
She was on a path straight to disaster.
And she did it all for her man.
In Memphis, Tennessee, teenager Belinda Henry grows up in a loving family. She's happy and takes every opportunity to show it.
My mom was beautiful inside and out. She was very giving and caring. I remember her voice would be like so light and airy when she would sing.
Around the tender age of 21, Belinda marries her high school sweetheart. Early on, life is wonderful. But young love is hard to maintain. And 10 years in, things are less than perfect, and their turbulent relationship starts to affect their 2 children.
My mom and my dad were arguing about something. I can't remember what they were arguing about, but I know I was sitting in my room with the door closed listening.
They try to make it work, but it just isn't meant to be. And after another year, Belinda and her husband call it quits.
When couples get together when they're very young, too often what happens is instead of growing together, these youngsters tend to just grow apart because they haven't really formed a sense of self.
But Belinda refuses to give up on love. A few years later, she meets a new man and once again ties the knot. She moves to Atlanta with her 2 kids and new hubby. But her second marriage is an even bigger disaster.
He did have a very bad attitude, and I think they probably clashed a lot because of that attitude.
And if that's not bad enough, Belinda suspects her husband is fooling around behind her back.
That was just like heartbreaking to her.
I just found a number in your jacket. Whose number is this?
To find out that she was being cheated on.
Her second marriage is over before she knows it, and it sends her into a downward spiral.
After that, that's probably when I realized that's when she was starting to get depressed, because that's when she would like just stay in her room all day, and she just said she was just so sad and just so depressed and tired.
After the breakup of her second relationship, Belinda was really distraught. And it really would have served her well emotionally, psychologically, if she had taken the time to heal by herself without a man.
Now 38, she decides to make a fresh start 20 miles away in Marietta, Georgia.
So I think change scenery was well needed after what had happened with her second husband.
And then one afternoon, it's her kids that convince Belinda to give love another chance.
We were in her room watching TV, and the chat line commercial came across the TV screen, and my brother was like,
Mom, you should call that number.
And we thought it was funny at the time, and that's how she met the next guy that she started dating.
The service hooks her up with 42-year-old Keith Henry, a former Marine and a current fashion model.
He did not look like a model. He looked like a regular, average, everyday man.
But Belinda immediately falls under his spell.
When Belinda got together with Keith, this was somewhat, for her, a healing kind of situation. She felt she wouldn't be abandoned.
The charmer also feels at ease enough to reveal his dark secrets.
He was a convicted felon. He had a prior conviction for armed robbery. He did 5 years in the Georgia State Penitentiary.
I was aware that he had a criminal past, that he had a long rap sheet, and me and my brother were looking like, what? And I guess it was like his way of intimidating us and letting us know, don't mess with me, because this is what I've done to people.
Keith's been a free man for the past 2 years, and Belinda is not slowed down one bit by his shady past. In fact, she falls into the same trap as her first 2 marriages. And after only about 3 months, Keith proposes, and she says,
yes. That was a big shock that she had went and married him. I didn't even know they were even thinking about marriage.
But it's not long before the romance is replaced with chaos.
Belinda had 2 children that she was trying to take care of. And now that she was married,
disrespectful kid.
Now he's an additional burden on her as well.
The bills keep piling up.
Yes, I paid the bill.
No one is knocking down Keith's door with modeling jobs.
Keith was an ex-convict and not able to get work. Really emasculated him, and that was a recipe for disaster.
Belinda!
As panic sets in, he decides to turn back to doing what comes naturally.
I got a plan.
Stealing. Last time, his bank robberies landed him behind bars. But now, Keith has a surefire remedy to cure their financial woes and keep him out of prison.
You have to trust me.
Keith felt that a check cashing store would be a good target. Check cashing stores commonly bring in a lot of cash, and they are not as secure as banks.
Look, I got experience at this.
And he wants his woman by his side.
Yes.
Belinda did not have a prior criminal history. She came from a good family, and it becomes a very bad and very negative influence on her.
Trust me, it will work.
He was able to manipulate her to do anything to help him.
Okay.
With Belinda on board with the scheme to rob a check cashing store, the illicit lovers get to work.
His plan was to go to the manager's home very early in the morning and force the managers to provide him the codes and the means to enter the safe.
Then they'll hit the store before it opens and clean the place out. After a few days casing a local shop, they identify the perfect victim, 48-year-old Sheila Dates.
Sheila was the manager of a check cashing store in Marietta. She lived in Jonesboro in a small apartment complex with her daughter.
With no man or dog to cause problems, she looks like an easy target. Bright and early the next day, they make their move. It's a morning Sheila will never forget.
I was actually abed and asleep, and my daughter Regina gets up. She came upstairs and told me that there were 2 FBI agents at the door that wanted to talk to me.
The couple had posed as FBI agents and bought cheap badges at a gun show.
I came downstairs and saw them with their badges, and I let them in.
The dangerous couple doesn't bother with pleasantries. As soon as the door shuts behind them, they pull their guns.
It was the most terrifying experience of my life.
In Marietta, Georgia, Belinda Henry's husband, Keith, convinces her that the only way to claw themselves out of debt is armed robbery. Posing as FBI agents, they barge into the house of check-cashing store manager Sheila Dates and her 21-year-old daughter, Regina.
We were told to sit down on the couch, and if we cooperated, we would get out of this alive. If not, we both would go out in body bags.
They tie the women up and demand Sheila explain how to steal the cash at her work without alerting police.
I felt like there was nothing that I could do. I had to tell them exactly how to get into the store.
There's 3 doors you have to go through.
Using the codes for the alarm and for the safe.
0787.
But the process is more complicated than they could have ever imagined.
And more than 10 minutes before the store opens.
She tried to explain to Keith and Belinda Henry what they needed to do to get in the store, but they were not able to get it down just right. And that's when the plan changed.
Keith decides to change tactics.
Sheila would have to accompany Belinda to the store. He was going to stay at the apartment with her daughter, and that if anything went wrong, he would kill her.
At that point, I was in complete cooperation mode to make sure that nothing happened to my daughter.
Sheila turns to look at Regina, unsure if she will ever see her again.
That last moment was, I love you, Mommy. It was, I love you, baby girl. We couldn't say it, but we was seeing it in each other's eyes.
Belinda forces Sheila into Regina's car, and the two begin the drive to the check-cashing store 42 miles away in Marietta.
After we got in the car, she pulled the gun to let me know that she meant business and not to try anything. I knew that she was in control, and I had to do what she told me to do, or else I was gonna die.
Belinda's life was spiraling out of control, and her only anchor to reality is the hold that she has on Sheila.
30 minutes later, the women arrive at the store, and it's go time. They have to work quickly before the other employees arrive for their shift or the store opens and customers start to show up.
She was walking behind me, still with the gun pointed at me. We had to go through 3 doors to get to the safe.
Sheila conveniently leaves out a key detail in the store's security. A sensor keeps track of how many people are near the safe.
The system was set up so that the safe would not open if 2 people were present. What Sheila was hoping is that once they approached the safe together, this would alert the outside alarm source that something was amiss.
Come on, open it.
Sheila punches in the code. But just as she planned, the safe doesn't open. Belinda starts to get anxious.
She saw that the door was not open and I could not get into the safe.
I need to call the security company.
I convinced her that if I didn't call them to unlock the safe, she wouldn't be able to get the money.
If you want to get in here, I need to call them.
Reluctantly, she allows her captive to call the security company, but warns her to keep it cool.
No tricks. No tricks.
I had already been warned not to talk in code, so I knew not to try to alert the security people.
Yes, that is the code I put in.
I called the security person, and the safe still didn't open.
It's still not working.
The sensors were picking up the presence of 2 people at the safe.
Yes.
An anxious Sheila is allowed to call the security company a second time. Now she is confident that they will follow protocol and know something is wrong. But instead, she gets the shock of her life.
I was hoping that they would ask me, is everything okay? And I could just say no. But they never did. They just opened it.
Belinda finally gets her hands on the cash.
She reached in, she put all of the bills in a bag, which totaled approximately $16,000.
She could have walked away the first time when the safe didn't open, or the second time, but Belinda knows that her man is counting on her, even though it goes against her humanity. But she's doing this for her man.
She was definitely under his power.
And back at Sheila's home, Keith is prepared to do whatever it takes, not to go back to jail.
They weren't gonna let us live.
And later in Houston, Texas, Ashley Irvin learns about life the hard way through her first love.
Ashley had her whole life ahead of her until she started dating Keith Ron.
She fell in love, she fell hard, and she lost her way.
In Marietta, Georgia, Belinda Henry and her husband Keith are robbing a check cashing store for some fast money. While Belinda forces manager Sheila Dates to help her clean out the safe, Keith is back at Sheila's house holding her 21-year-old daughter, Regina, hostage.
It was quite clear that Sheila and her daughter Regina were pawns to this game that Keith and Belinda had put together.
Keith told Sheila, if you don't fully cooperate and we don't get this money, I'm going to kill Regina.
The last thing she said to me was, Mommy, do what they tell you to do.
But Keith has other plans.
He never intended to allow Regina to live.
Keith coldly ignores the frightened young woman's whimpers as she fears for her life.
He tied a cord around her neck and choked and asphyxiated her.
Regina was only 21 years old. And what's so horrific was that Keith had all along intended to murder Regina, to murder Sheila, because he didn't want to leave behind any witnesses. He didn't want to go back to jail.
After Keith is certain that Regina is dead, he calmly heads out to meet up with his wife. Back at the check cashing store, Belinda is now faced with holding up her end of the deal.
After Belinda got all of the money, I was thinking she was just gonna tie me up and just leave me in the store and go.
But her man, Keith, gave her explicit instructions.
He had told her that she had to kill me.
Why are you doing this? You have the money. You can just...
His intention was to eliminate witnesses.
I couldn't even tell you a reason why my mom would even think to go along with something like that. Had it not been for him, I honestly believe that she would never done anything like that.
Belinda knew that she had risked her own clean record, but she wanted to do anything she could for Keith, even if it meant losing any semblance of civility. And she knew that this wasn't the person she really wanted to be.
But there's no turning back for Belinda. Not wanting to draw attention with gunfire, she grabs a much quieter weapon. She even has some final words for Sheila.
She apologized and said, I'm sorry, but still she'd strangled me anyway.
But Sheila isn't about to give up.
As she's pulling the cord around my neck tighter and tighter, I'm fighting harder and harder. The more I struggled, the more she pulled There was blood all around my nose, and I fought for dear life for me and for my daughter until I passed out. Everything went black after that.
Once Sheila is out, Belinda grabs the bag of cash and runs for the door. She flees and dumps Sheila's car behind a strip mall and meets up with Keith, who is waiting for her, just as they planned. He asks if she killed the witness like he instructed, but all Belinda can say is, "I don't know." Back at the check-cashing store, Sheila begins to stir.
My eyes can hardly see, but I'm alive. I dragged myself to the phone to call 911 for help.
They send help right away, but Sheila only has one thing on her mind.
I think they killed my daughter. That's all I could say.
Investigators rush to her home and find Regina's lifeless body. Sheila is rushed to the hospital and she begs to know what happened to her daughter.
No one would give me an answer. Finally, the detectives said, "I know you've gone through an ordeal, but the man that stayed at the house killed your daughter."
Oh, not my baby. Oh, no, my baby.
I didn't want to believe it, but in my heart, I think I knew it was true, but it still was unreal.
Sheila gathers herself and gives the officers in minute detail anything she can remember about her captors.
That was my determination and motivation to make sure that they knew everything about these people so that they could catch them. I sat down with the sketch artist. I gave them a perfect description of the both of them.
The police now know what the perps look like, and they set out to find them. Meanwhile, Keith and Belinda are in the wind, 30 miles away.
They were staying at a local hotel, and if they watched the news, they would have heard that Sheila survived.
With a witness that could put them behind bars, Keith knows there's no turning back. He convinces Belinda to go on a crime spree. If they go down, they will go down in style.
In many ways, Belinda was being held captive by Keith. One thing she knew for sure was that she could not go back to the life that she once had.
Leaving her 2 kids behind, Keith and Belinda hightail it to Nashville and start to blow through the $16,000 in stolen cash. Keith is finally able to lavish his woman in the finer things in life.
They actually went shopping, and they bought jewelry and clothing, and they went out and ate.
But their once deep pockets are starting to run low. With nothing to lose and everything to gain, the deadly couple decide it's time to strike again.
Following the homicide and the robbery here in Georgia, they then rob a bank.
Belinda waits in the car, while Keith walks in, shows the teller a gun, and demands money.
Belinda knew what it was like to finally have that kind of money. So she was not in touch with reality, the reality of civility, the reality of humanity.
This time, Keith and Belinda get away with a cool $17,000 and splurge on a used Mercedes. The pair then make their way to Belinda's old stomping grounds in Memphis. But what the lovers don't know is that back in Georgia, investigators are hot on their trail. Thanks to Sheila's detailed descriptions, they have identified both Keith and Belinda Henry.
We were able to gather information on Keith, and that led us to their home in Marietta.
From there, police use cell phone towers to triangulate the couple's location.
Belinda was in communication with her friend in Chicago. These series of phone calls that Belinda made enabled the FBI to track them as they moved from Tennessee to New Jersey.
The next day, agents close in on them.
The FBI simply made a phone call into the room. Belinda answered the phone.
Hello.
And she was told, "This is the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're out here. We have the location surrounded. We want you to come out."
Visibly shaken, Belinda shares the news with Keith.
Who was that?
FBI.
What?
They're here. It's over.
They here?
Keith knows that their time has just run out. He opens the door and raises his hands in the air. And then,
One single gunshot was fired.
the FBI have just surrounded the room of fugitive couple Belinda and Keith Henry at a motel off Route 1 in Elizabeth, New Jersey. When a single shot rings out from inside the room,
Keith slammed the door shut and he went to check on Belinda.
horrified, he sees his wife lying in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor. One shot to the head. Belinda has taken her own life.
She had been on this deadly roller coaster ride with Keith, and she couldn't come to terms with what she had done. And so, in her mind, the only way out was killing herself.
The FBI heard this gunshot, and of course they didn't know what had transpired inside the room, so they directed Keith to come out.
Hands in the air, Keith is arrested without incident. FBI and local authorities rush in, but there is nothing they can do for Belinda. They take her distraught husband in for questioning, and he takes the entire blame for everything.
He confessed to the crime in its entirety. He confessed to his preparation for the crime. He confessed to the murder of Regina and that he manipulated her.
My mom never would have done anything like that unless it was something just suggested by him. My mom had no criminal background, no tickets or anything. He preyed upon her and played my mom like a fiddle.
It appears that Keith showed some remorse. He most likely felt responsible for that, and perhaps felt that by confessing, this was the final gift that he could give her.
A few days later, Keith is extradited back to Georgia. He's charged with the murder of Regina Dates, impersonating an officer, and possession of a firearm as a convicted felon. But Keith has one startling request.
He said, tell the district attorney, I want the death penalty. I've never had that happen, ever, in any murder case I've ever investigated.
The state grants his wish. Keith Henry is found guilty on all charges and is sentenced to death. With Keith safely behind bars, Sheila Dates begins to pick up the pieces.
I had to forgive them. It helped me heal. My best friend's now gone. She may not be here physically, but in my heart and in my spirit, she lives on.
Belinda Henry lost her life in the hopes of building a better one, all in the name of love. A few states away in Houston, Texas, 16-year-old Ashley Irvin's once promising future comes to a screeching halt when she shifts her focus from books to a boy. Childhood starts out rocky for Ashley in Houston's inner city. Looking for a better life, her mother packs up the family.
Ashley was raised in a single-family home. Her father was not too much in her life.
She lived in the projects for a little while, and then her mom moved her to a neighborhood in North Houston.
Basically, I was the mother and the father.
And she refuses to let any disadvantage slow her down.
Ashley was a very ambitious young lady. She knew what she wanted in life, and she did everything she needed to do to achieve those goals.
She told me what she was gonna be before she knew what it was. She told me, Mom, I'll be a baby doctor. I said, a baby doctor? All right.
While many little girls forget their youthful dreams, Ashley holds on to hers. At Forest Brook High School, she is handpicked for their Accelerated Health Science Technology program.
Her path was clear. She volunteered for cancer walks. She volunteered with blood drives. She was a peer counselor. She was an honor roll student. She was very, very busy.
The determined high schooler packs her schedule even tighter when she gets her first job at a popular fast food restaurant. Pretty soon, her proud mother presents her with yet another first.
I popped up for school on her birthday, and I gave her some keys. I said, well, you know this car is for school and work on it. She said, that's all I need, Mom, because I'm going to college next year.
And the streak of firsts continues when her eye catches a handsome young man, 16-year-old Keithron Fields, Ashley's first love.
She met Keithron at a park one day, and then school started the following fall, and he went to school with her.
And like his new girlfriend, Keithron's family has recently relocated from the inner city. Things between the teenagers move fast.
They got closer in school, and they actually started saying that they were a couple at sophomore year.
But even with a new girlfriend at a new high school, Keithron struggles to leave his old friends behind.
Keithron and Ashley were very different. Keithron's crew was made up of kids who no one would be surprised, frankly, if they got into trouble.
This appears to have been a case of the good girl meets the bad boy. And even though in the movies we see that the opposites attract and the relationship works out, the reality is these sorts of situations rarely work out.
And it's her blind attraction to this street-hard teenager that will lead Ashley in a deadly direction.
It was young love, and that makes it the dangerous kind of love.
She was on a path straight to disaster.
In Houston, Texas, 16-year-old Ashley Irvin has an active life as a thriving high school student. But that all falls to the wayside after she begins dating tough guy Keithron Fields.
She was very driven and focused, but when she met Keithron, she shifted her focus and he became her main priority.
If you see Ashley, 2 seconds later, here comes Keithron. If you saw Keithron, 2 seconds later, here comes Ashley.
For their first 8 months together, the lovebirds go for long car rides, watch movies, or just hang out and chill. For a while, Ashley is the young man's whole world. But the honeymoon comes to a screeching halt when in rolls a third wheel from the old hood.
Keithron loves Ashley, but his heart is still with his crew,
Play, baby, come on now.
namely Dexter Johnson.
Dexter was the leader of the crew. He was a dominant type. He was volatile also. Ashley and Dexter actually knew each other as children.
But Dexter isn't the same kid she used to play hide and seek with. And she isn't crazy about sharing her new man with his old friend.
Ashley saw Dexter as perhaps an unfortunate part of the package.
Ashley put up with Dexter being around her and Keithron because she really needed to have that connection. Being so young and so now dependent on Keithron, she was willing to put up with any kind of arrangement.
Desperate to be with her man, Ashley, now 17, joins the boys one night as they cruise the streets.
Ashley has the car, so it's natural that they would want her to ride along.
The trio drives around for hours. Bored and exhausted, she finally agrees to let Dexter take the wheel.
She got in the back seat because she was tired and she fell asleep. She woke up when she heard the car door slam, and Keithron say that woman didn't have any money.
It's clear the boys have been up to no good. From the sound of it, they've been robbing people. As far as she can tell, so far they've come up empty.
After this apparent failed robbery attempt of a woman at a bus stop who said she had no money, no jewelry, Dexter was pretty frustrated. He told Ashley, just drive them back to Keithron's house. Ashley started the drive home. All of a sudden, the boys told her, pull over. They see a man at a car wash.
The apprehensive teen does as she's told.
Dexter and Keithron immediately jump out with their guns. Dexter was not about to go home empty-handed. He saw this man as an easy target. It was dark, he was alone, and a few minutes later, Ashley heard one gunshot.
The boys yell for Ashley to pick them up. They hop in, and the teenagers speed off.
Come on, let's go, let's go.
Dexter vents his frustrations, feeling punked by the man who claimed he had no cash.
Ashley was curious about what just happened, and Dexter said, I had to do it.
Shocked by his callous admission, she makes the drive back in stunned silence.
Ashley realizes how dangerous this combination of Dexter and Keith Ron is, in that maybe her life is in jeopardy if she says something. She knows she's the getaway driver, so there is no turning back.
Back at Keith Ron's house, they immediately turn on the TV.
Dexter was particularly interested in watching the news to see if there were any living witnesses left.
They learned from watching the news that the man was 61-year-old Brady Davis. He was a retired school teacher from Forest Brook, the same high school where Ashley and Keith Ron attended.
And it turns out that the guy who they shot died.
In the weeks that follow, Ashley and Keith Ron keep to themselves. When they finally reunite with Dexter, Ashley doesn't dare bring up the shooting.
What's up with you, baby girl?
But before she knew it, she was back running the street with the guys.
Dexter told Keith Ron and Ashley that he was tired of petty crimes that didn't yield much money. He said he wanted to steal a car and then sell it. And he needed Keith Ron's help, and he needed Ashley's help.
I think she was put in a situation where if she walked away, they would come after her, or people she loved to care about.
Without wasting any time, the two musketeers, with Ashley as the reluctant third, begin prowling the streets. It's not long before they spot the perfect ride.
They finally saw a couple sitting in a car in front of a house. The young woman was named Maria. They were parked in front of her boyfriend's house. His name was Huey.
Dexter saw this as an opportunity. Not only could he steal a car, he could also rob the couple of their money.
Dexter and Keith Ron got out of the car. They ran up to the couple's car and started banging on the windows, showing them their weapons and demanding that the couple get out of the car.
At first, Maria refuses, but she sees the danger in their eyes and timidly opens the door.
He forced her out of that car and dragged her out by her hair.
Keith Ron and Dexter ordered Maria and Huey into the back seat.
The boys tell Ashley to follow them. After a 30-minute drive, they all arrive at a dark, deserted area close to a park.
Once they got to that wooded area, Dexter and Keith Ron demanded that Maria and Huey get out of the back seat. They demanded their wallets. They demanded their ATM PIN numbers. The couple gave them everything they asked for.
But for Dexter, it's still not enough.
Dexter hit Huey in the head with his gun and told Huey to get on the ground and take off his shirt.
Start taking them clothes off.
They ordered Maria to get completely naked, and Dexter told Maria to get into the back seat of the car.
Get in the car.
Ashley, frozen with fear, watches in terror as Dexter starts to undo his belt.
Things got completely out of hand.
Ashley was in way over her head, and there appeared to be no way out.
Houston teen Ashley Irvin finds herself right in the middle of a terrifying scene. All thanks to her boyfriend, Keith Ron Fields,
What do you want? Shut up!
and his boy, Dexter Johnson.
Open up the purse.
Ashley had just seen her boyfriend, the guy she loves, take a young couple hostage. She couldn't believe her eyes. She couldn't believe she was a part of this.
And the night is only going to get worse.
Start taking them clothes off.
She saw Dexter unbuckling his belt, and she knew what she was about to witness was a rape.
Get in the car.
She is both heartbroken and disgusted to see Keith Ron chiming in on the heinous act.
Keith Ron was actually taunting Huey, telling Huey to watch as his brother Dexter raped his girlfriend.
After Dexter raped Maria,
Come on, let's go. Get your girl.
apparently she wasn't even able to stand and walk. She was so devastated, so distraught.
Ashley perhaps didn't tell them to stop, didn't go to the police, because she knew if she said something, it could cost her her own life.
Dexter and Keith Ron still aren't finished.
Within moments, Ashley hears gunshots.
Dexter and Keith Ron walk back from the woods, and Huey and Maria aren't with them. Dexter tells Ashley that they have to get out of there.
Dexter and Keith Ron got in the stolen car, with Ashley following. The three of them all went to a gas station where Dexter used Maria's stolen ATM and put gas in both cars.
They head home, and Ashley is deeply burdened by yet another secret.
It was bad enough that Ashley was involved in that first murder, but now she's caught between a rock and a hard place. She really loves Keith Ron, but she also knows what she's doing is wrong. She is in limbo.
Over the next few days, the once promising high school junior's life comes crashing down.
Dexter was arrested on an unrelated drug and weapons charge.
While he's being questioned, the cops have an extraordinary stroke of luck.
Maria's dad called the police and reported her missing.
Maria's father informs police that there are several charges on her credit card. When they check the surveillance footage at a gas station, police see Dexter using her credit card. Investigators already have their prime suspect sitting in interrogation. When they press him, the young gangster quickly cracks.
Dexter admitted to raping Maria and walking them into the woods, but he denies shooting them.
I ain't killed nobody.
Dexter was very quick to turn on his friends.
You need to talk to Keith Ron and Ashley, not me.
He tried to pin all the crimes on Keith Ron. He tried anything to save his own skin.
A few hours later, detectives locate Ashley at work and bring her in for her side of the story.
When police questioned Ashley, she was terrified. This is a girl who had never been in trouble with the law.
At first, Ashley didn't want to answer too many questions because she didn't want to implicate Keith Ron.
But pretty soon, the frightened teenager starts to talk. She gives police every last detail of what went down. Later that night, Keith Ron also lays it out on the line, and their stories match.
Both Ashley and Keith Ron made it clear to the authorities that it was Dexter who had committed the murders.
All three teenagers are convicted of capital murder. Dexter Johnson receives the death penalty.
Ashley and Keith Ron both received life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Ashley may have only acted as the getaway driver, but she will pay heavily for her involvement.
I asked my daughter why. What happened? Why you didn't tell me something? I could have helped you. I found out later why she would never tell me what happened, because she was feared for my life.
It appears that Ashley stayed in the relationship because she appeared to truly be afraid for her life. But from a psychological point of view, she didn't have a male figure growing up, and Keith Ron became that substitute. Ashley should have gone to the police at the first sign of trouble. She cost people their lives and ruined her own life in the process.
If Ashley had not gotten involved with Keith Ron, the sky was the limit for her.
She had so much going for her, and she gave it all up for nothing.
Everyone remembers their first love. That flood of emotion. The newness of it all. A feeling so intense, it's like a drug. But sometimes, when you're young and in love, you'll do anything to make sure that romantic high lasts forever. You get desperate. Reckless. And before you know it, you're no longer living in a love story. You've created a nightmare. Christmas Eve, 1992. It's a chilly night in Dayton, Ohio. Residents are settling in for the night amid the warmth of friends, family, and holiday lights. Suddenly, gunfire pierces the quiet Five Oaks neighborhood on the city's west side. Within minutes, the police arrive.
There's multiple uniformed Dayton police officers there securing the scene.
It seems that a young woman has been shot to death at a payphone.
We can see that she suffered several gunshot wounds. It just appeared to me that she was just caught off guard. She's trapped there.
The brutality of the attack alarms investigators.
Multiple gunshot wounds tend to get our attention a lot quicker than other cases. It shows extreme propensity to violence.
The woman has no purse, wallet, or ID. And investigators have no idea who she is or why this happened.
We need to get her identified. We need to find out why she was making a phone call.
What detectives don't realize is that identifying who killed this woman and why will lead them to the unlikeliest of suspects and into a story of young love gone horribly awry. Dayton teenager Laura Taylor had big plans for her future. She was a member of her high school's ROTC program and wanted to be a Marine.
Laura was 16 years old and a tiny, sweet-looking little girl.
Laura definitely had family that cared about her. She had a lot of emotional connection.
But in spite of her parents' support and her own ambition, Laura, like so many high school girls, soon began to test the boundaries of good behavior.
She had a family. She had structure, but she didn't want that. She wanted to walk on the wild side.
During her junior year, Laura started skipping school and sneaking out after curfew.
Her parents had trouble controlling her.
The situation only got worse once Laura fell in with a group of kids who weren't afraid to take their rebellious ways to the next level.
We didn't like authority and wanted to drink and smoke marijuana.
They formed this group and they became each other's family. They were crashing at various places. They were living in cars sometimes. They were committing petty crimes to get money.
Then, one night in November, while partying with her new crew, Laura laid eyes on 19-year-old Marvellis Keene. Tall, handsome, and well-built, Marvellis had a reputation as someone folks didn't want to mess with.
Marvellis wanted to be bad, to appear bad.
Laura was immediately drawn to Marvellis's bad boy swagger. She'd never met a guy like him. When Marvellis saw something he wanted, he went after it. And apparently, what he wanted was Laura.
It's like, oh God, this man is showing me so much attention. We don't even know what we're doing because we're young.
The spark was instant. And from that night on, Laura and Marvellis were inseparable.
The relationship with Laura and Marvellis was pretty fast-paced, but that's not uncommon because to a teenager, a month may seem like a year. They feel so in love, and a lot of that is based off of those intense emotions that they're feeling.
With eyes only for Marvellis, Laura's plans for her future quickly faded away.
She didn't go to school. She chose to run away to be with Marvellis. She wanted to be free.
Marvellis and Laura, they want to be king, queen.
But Laura and Marvellis's whirlwind romance was about to take a deadly detour. It's Christmas Eve, and police have found a young black female gunned down at a payphone.
My initial thoughts are try to figure out who she is, try to figure out why she's here.
Detectives survey the scene and immediately make an important note.
It's cold. She wasn't wearing a coat and did not have shoes on. And that struck me as odd.
The victim's socks are also clean, which implies to investigators that her assailant stole her coat and shoes. And while the missing shoes and coat indicate the victim's been robbed, the heinous nature of the attack suggests a more personal motive.
She was defenseless. She had been shot multiple times.
They shot her at close range, so it's not like you could survive all of that.
Because it was such a violent thing, everyone thought this wasn't a random shooting.
In total, police discover more than a dozen bullet casings around the victim. However, the ammo used in the crime is fairly unique.
This was called blazer ammunition, and it's not something we would usually see at a crime scene. We would typically see it used at a range for practice.
Blazer bullets could bring investigators one step closer to the killer, but they still need to ID their victim. Luckily, detectives don't have to look far.
We were fortunate because she was from the neighborhood, and we learned her identity to be 18-year-old Danita Gillette. She had left her residence to go make a call on the payphone and never returned.
As patrol officers stand watch over the crime scene, detectives deliver the grim news of Danita's death to her family.
I couldn't believe it. It felt like everything was going in slow motion.
She was caring, she was loving, she had a sweet spirit. She was amazing as a mother.
Danita had a baby girl that she was raising on top of going to school, and she was trying to better herself and make a great life for her and her daughter.
She went to school to be an architect. She was like, I'm gonna make us a house.
According to Danita's family, the single mother had no enemies, no drama in her life of any kind. Her being murdered like this simply doesn't make sense.
I was like, no, she's not dead. And I just couldn't believe that she was gone. My heart was broken.
I felt helpless. I just kept trying to piece together this crime in my mind.
By all accounts, this was just a normal, everyday, down-to-earth lady that's been murdered for no reason. The responsibility rests with us to find out who did that and why.
But before detectives can bring Danita's killer to justice, another shocking crime rocks the city of Dayton.
Little did we know that this was just the beginning and that in 48 hours, 6 people would be dead.
Laura Taylor and boyfriend Marvellis Keene were young and in love.
Laura Marvellis connected pretty quickly and was pretty hot and heavy.
But soon, detectives would uncover an undercurrent of darkness running through their Romeo and Juliet romance. One that would push a young girl to the brink. It's the early morning hours of Christmas Day, and Dayton detectives are trying to figure out who killed 18-year-old Danita Gillette. She was found shot to death at a payphone just 24 hours before.
It's difficult to find and identify a suspect. You work your most promising direction until it leads to a dead end, and you go to your next most promising direction.
However, the investigation is about to take another, more shocking turn. Less than 24 hours after discovering Danita's body, police receive word that there's been another deadly incident involving a teenager.
They get a call that a vehicle had hit a tree head-on.
First thing I see when I get there is this car up against a tree with heavy damage to the front end.
Detectives find a young man behind the steering wheel. He's deceased and seems to have died instantly. But it's clear that the cause of death wasn't the car crash.
He had been shot in the right temple.
Merry Christmas, we've got a homicide.
There's a massive amount of blood in the car on the driver's side, and windows were up, they were all intact. It was obvious that whatever occurred inside the car.
Meaning the person who had to have shot him was sitting in the front passenger seat.
A fact that suggests the victim knew his killer.
You don't have too many strangers seated next to you in the front seat of your car.
It did not appear to be a robbery, and it certainly wasn't a random shooting.
Detectives identify the victim as 19-year-old Richmond Maddox.
We did a background check. Richmond Maddox was a good kid. He had no criminal record, seemed to be doing well and making his way in life.
He was not unlike our victim on Christmas Eve in that he seemingly had no problems with anyone and was just a good young man.
2 teenagers shot dead within 24 hours. Could these crimes be related? Detectives look for similarities between the 2 cases.
Looking at the bullet wound to the head, we learned that it was a shot from a .32 caliber gun, but at the scene of Danita Gillette. The weapon used was a .25 caliber automatic.
Detectives didn't find the Blazer shell casings that were used in Danita's murder, so they felt the 2 murders weren't connected.
With 2 different guns and 2 different types of ammo, detectives consider another frightening possibility: that there's not 1, but 2 killers on the loose in Dayton this Christmas.
Not that any particular homicide makes sense, but these were particularly senseless. We just kept asking ourselves, why?
Whoever pulled that trigger must have fled the scene just before or after the car hit the tree. Maybe someone in the neighborhood caught a glimpse of the killer.
There was a witness who actually observed a young black female jump from the car prior to it crashing and then ran away.
Who is this mystery woman? In search of answers, detectives speak with the family of Richmond Maddox.
Detectives talked to his family to see if they had any idea who could have been in the car with him that night.
We learned that an ex-girlfriend had called him a couple of times that night.
According to Richmond's family, that ex-girlfriend is 16-year-old Laura Taylor. Police are skeptical a 16-year-old girl would execute her ex-boyfriend in the front seat of a car. But with no other leads, they must exhaust all possibilities.
At that point in time, we were looking for Laura Taylor.
Upon reaching Laura's home, detectives observe that it certainly doesn't look the part of a killer's residence.
It didn't appear that there was chaos or drugs in the home or violence in the home, anything like that, just an average home.
However, Laura's family informs police that their daughter had started acting out a few months prior. And over the last several weeks, things had only gotten worse.
We learned that she has been gone about 2.5 weeks and that they don't know where she is.
After speaking with Laura's family, detectives issue a bolo on the 16-year-old runaway. No sooner has the bolo gone out than Dayton police receive word of yet another homicide.
Everyone was saying, oh my God, this is the worst Christmas. What terrible, terrible crimes have happened.
In an effort to stem this wave of holiday violence, police will uncover evidence that proves these crimes are connected after all, and that the motive is rooted in one young woman's love for her man.
One of the evidence technicians yells, "You need to take a look at this." That's when it really hit us.
Love can absolutely cause us as women to do things that we would never normally do.
Dayton, Ohio detectives are desperate to find the killers responsible for gunning down 2 teenagers. There are few leads in either case, but 16-year-old Laura Taylor is wanted for questioning in the murder of Richmond Maddox, her ex-boyfriend. There's just one problem. Laura is nowhere to be found.
Laura Taylor chose to run away 2 weeks prior to Christmas and not come home.
Then, on the morning of December 26th, the homicide unit gets summoned to a 3rd crime scene.
A robbery occurs at a mini mart there in West Dayton. 2 people have been shot.
All the victims have been removed to a hospital. A gunshot wound leaves blood spatter like no other injury. We could tell that obviously someone was shot behind the counter by someone standing in front of the counter. There's blood in 2 other areas, and this is a very, very small store. But there's still nowhere to run. You're trapped.
Robberies occur all over the country all the time. People come in and wield a gun or a knife, take money and leave. But on this case, it was just particularly brutal. It's hard to imagine someone doing this.
First responders informed detectives that there were 2 victims with gunshot wounds. 64-year-old customer Jones Pettis was shot in the stomach, but thankfully, the injury isn't life-threatening. 38-year-old store owner and mother Sarah Abraham wasn't as fortunate. She was shot multiple times and died shortly after arriving at the hospital.
Everyone in the neighborhood loved Sarah. She treated everyone with dignity. She came to work every day. She had no problems with anyone.
She's just a nice lady. Everyone thought the world of her.
A third person, 71-year-old Mini Mart employee Jimmy Thompson, is miraculously unharmed. Jimmy gives detectives a terrifying first-hand account of the shooting.
He said 2 black males, both armed, entered the corner market.
2 individuals had robbed Sarah at gunpoint and got $40. And then after getting the money, shot her, just point blank in the face. They also shot Jones Pettis and intended to shoot a 3rd victim who just feigned being shot and fell down and was not injured.
Jimmy Thompson also explains that he's not the only one lucky enough to survive the shooting.
Police learned at the time of the robbery, a small young black female had been inside of the store.
She was a customer and buying something. She was short 5 cents, and one of the gentlemen in the store gave her a nickel.
Jimmy says the girl was in the back of the store when the killers stormed in, but she fled shortly after the shooting. Detectives need to find this young woman. She's either a witness or somehow an accomplice. As detectives are questioning Jimmy Thompson, a technician calls out from across the store.
One of the evidence technicians yells for me and says, you need to take a look at this. What he's found is shell casings. It's the .25 automatic Blazer ammunition, identical to the type of shell casings that we had at the payphone homicide on Christmas Eve.
It's not typical of what you find generally at crime scenes. It's aluminum, cheap, throwaway. It's just not the typical ammunition that's used.
They have now seen these same shell casings at 2 different homicide scenes. They know they have a problem on their hands.
Detectives can't help but wonder, are all 3 shootings, which initially seemed unrelated, actually a part of a larger crime spree?
Blazer ammunition is found at the Gillette shooting. Blazer ammunition at the Sarah Abraham shooting. A young black girl is seen at Richmond Maddox shooting. A young black girl is seen at the Mini Mart. It throws red flags up immediately.
That's when it really hit us. These homicides were connected, which is bad because these are seemingly innocent random victims, which means we've probably got a set of spree killers on our hands. And that's as bad as it gets.
If a spree killer, or killers, are stalking Dayton, then police have no way to predict who will be the next victim. With the city on pins and needles, police receive a phone call, one that could lead them to the perpetrator, if they act fast.
This young man was terrified. He said he had information on who was killing these people, and he was their next target.
There are different types of murderers. A mass murderer typically kills multiple people on one occasion at one location. Serial killers kill multiple people, but there's a time in between. Typically on a serial killer, there's a link somewhere. We were fearing that we had a set of spree killers on our hands. Typically, they're very, very hard to identify because what you have is most of the victims they've never seen before in their life. The victims are all just random, innocent people, and hence the name spree killers. It's a spree. That is terrifying.
"16-year-old runaway Laura Taylor believed she'd found her soulmate in bad boy Marvelous Keene. Their passion for one another was unmatched.
Laura was not accustomed to some of the flashiness that Marvelous showed her. That could definitely impact how infatuated she was.
But soon, homicide detectives in Dayton, Ohio, will discover just how dangerous Laura's infatuation really was. It's been a violent and bloody Christmas weekend in Dayton, Ohio. Over the last 3 days, the homicide squad has been called to not one, but 3 separate shootings.
There was one murder after another, and bodies were piling up. It was shocking, and it was over the holidays where people are with their family and friends.
Similarities in the cases have detectives fearing the worst.
Spree killers, they're like serial killers on crack cocaine. They do it for the fun. Anything else is an afterthought.
The unidentified suspects have been dubbed the Christmas Killers.
People were afraid. They were wondering who was doing this and why, and who was going to be next.
The city's terrified, and it puts a lot more pressure on us. We realize that we've got to locate and identify these people.
Finding the Christmas Killers becomes the Dayton PD's one and only priority.
It's all hands on deck at that time because it's clear they're not going to stop. The only way they're going to stop is if we stop them ourselves.
Nobody was safe. Police had to catch these killers before they killed again.
They would kill again, there was no doubt about it.
Detectives plead for anyone with any information to come forward. And by the afternoon of December 26th, just 5 hours after the Mini-Mart shooting, detectives catch a break. Police operators patch through a frantic young man with unmistakable terror in his voice.
He's in a panic, he's freaking out, but he says he has information on who's doing all these killings.
The caller identifies himself as 18-year-old Nicholas Woodson.
I had to call the police and let them know I know who shot the girl at the telephone booth.
Nicholas explains that the other night he was hanging out with a group of fellow teenagers, some of whom he didn't know. And those kids were bragging about having just committed a string of deadly robberies.
These teenagers, they called themselves the Downtown Posse.
Nicholas tells police that the Downtown Posse is rolling around the area in a black Dodge Shadow. When detectives push Nicholas for more details, he becomes hysterical.
My life was in jeopardy now because I knew too much. I knew they was trying to kill me. I was terrified, scared. I said, I really need for y'all to hurry up to come get me, put me in detective custody. The police said they're on their way to get me.
We were clearly anxious and concerned for his own safety.
A patrol unit is immediately dispatched to retrieve Nicholas Woodson, and dispatch issues an APB on the vehicle he described. Sergeant John Huber is the first to get the alert.
I just start checking the major thoroughfares, and I go by known drug houses and areas where people will gather and sell stolen property, and I saw a black Dodge Shadow that I didn't recognize.
Sergeant Huber calls for backup. But as he waits for reinforcements to arrive, 4 teenagers, 2 males and 2 females, emerge from a nearby home and get inside the vehicle. They drive away, and Sergeant Huber cautiously follows.
They went about a block and a half. I put the lights on and he pulled over.
Sergeant Huber is all alone. If these teens really are the Christmas Killers, he knows they could greet him with guns blazing.
The officer knows anytime there is an arrest situation, there's a good chance that it could turn violent. I mean, you have no idea what you're getting into.
It was very tense. The adrenaline was up. I began approaching cautiously, and she had ordered the driver to shoot me.
Police in Dayton, Ohio, are engaged in a massive manhunt for the Christmas killers, who have been on a 3-day rampage across the city. Now, Sergeant John Huber is closing in on a suspicious vehicle that matches a description provided by tipster Nicholas Woodson.
You had to think that we were probably going to have a standoff of some sort with the suspects.
It was a very tense situation. The officer's adrenaline was pumping like crazy.
I pulled out my handgun and began approaching cautiously and started yelling to raise your hands, everybody in the car. The person behind the driver did not raise them. She had him on the back of the front seat. And then she ordered the driver to shoot me.
But before the driver can draw his weapon, an unmarked police car speeds up and lands nose to nose with the suspect's vehicle.
Detective Tom Lawson came out, training his gun on everybody in the car. That was very nice backup, and I thought, the cavalry's here now. Everyone was handcuffed, very lucky that it didn't deteriorate into a gun battle, and very glad that they were off the street.
The first 3 suspects, DeMarcus Smith, Heather Matthews, and Marvellis Keene, haven't been on detectives' radar in this case.
The day we were arrested, I was just scared. I just felt like my life was just done.
But the 4th, Laura Taylor, has been linked to the case since the murder of victim number 2, 19-year-old Richmond Maddox.
Richmond Maddox was Laura Taylor's ex-boyfriend. She had called him to meet him, and he shot in the head in his own car.
After placing Laura and the 3 other suspects in a squad car, police searched the car for evidence and find 2 loaded guns.
One of them is a .25 caliber pistol, and it has blazer ammunition, and the other is a .32, which is the kind of gun that was used to kill Richmond Maddox.
The suspects are transferred to the station for questioning. As for tipster Nicholas Woodson, he is already at the station.
We had a police officer pick him up and bring him to the police station for his safety so he could tell what all was going on.
I was just like, God, I'm glad they just, got caught at the nick of time.
In an interview room not far from where the suspects are being held, Nicholas tells detectives everything he knows.
Nicholas tells police that the suspects were bragging the day after they shot Danita Goulet.
When they came to my house, my friend had told me somebody died on the news. She was 18, so I asked him about it. And he's like, yeah, we did it.
They tell you what they'd taken from her?
Her shoes. That's about it.
Based on Nicholas's statement, detectives ascertain that Marvellis is the ringleader of the group, and that his second in command is his girlfriend, Laura Taylor. They take a run at Laura first.
The detectives thought since she was so young, it would be easy to get a confession out of her, but she wouldn't say a word.
However, Marvellis, along with fellow suspects Heather Matthews and DeMarcus Smith, have plenty to say.
Marvellis Keene said they were in a gang and that they called themselves the Downtown Posse.
Marvellis Keene, DeMarcus Smith, and Laura Taylor came upon Danita Goulet while she was at this payphone.
What happened?
We just walked by, thought it was robber, see if she got some money.
She ain't got no money. Then he would take off her shoes and that flannel like that. Yeah, so she took it off. Then dude was like, Merry Christmas. Pow, pow, pow. Now I saw one time like, pow.
According to Marvellis, since this deadly robbery only netted a pair of shoes and a flannel coat, the Downtown Posse still needed cash. That's when 16-year-old Laura stepped up.
Marvellis says, hey, we need some money. Laura says, well, I've got an idea.
Laura said, I used to date a man, and he always has money or something of value that we can steal.
Did Laura tell you about one of her ex-boyfriend, Maddox?
Maddox. Yeah.
She said she'd take his money. She'd shoot him and take his money.
She ended up getting in the car with him?
Yeah, and I followed him.
Richmond mentioned to Laura that he thought someone was following them, and he started getting nervous.
And then he, like, pulled off a little bit, like, real fast, like he pressed on the gas. But then I seen my girlfriend, Lauren, roll out the car. And I thought he did something to her. Then I seen he accelerated and hit the tree.
That's when Marvellis picked Laura up.
Well, what'd she say she did?
Huh? She said she shot.
She was like, I shot him in the head, I shot him in the head. She had blood all over him.
Laura wanted to show that she was valuable in the relationship.
Laura was trying to please her man, and she was giving up people that she knew that had money, and everybody Laura offered up, they died.
According to the statements of the other suspects, it was also Laura's idea to target the mini-mart the following morning.
Laura was going to go in to case the environment, and the deal was that if she didn't come out after a certain amount of time, that meant it was clear and they could come in and rob the store.
Who went in the store first?
Laura.
Laura went in first.
Though, according to the suspect's statements, once inside the store, it was Laura's boyfriend Marvellis who pulled off the stick-up.
He shot a girl like, bah, bah, like that.
After shooting owner Sarah Abraham and store customer Jones Pettis, the trio fled the scene with cash in hand, albeit a pretty paltry sum.
How much you give you?
It was $41 bills.
But for Marvellis and Laura, cash was no longer king.
It was an adrenaline rush. Once the bullets started flying, they tasted blood. And Laura liked it. She liked the excitement. She liked the power and the control of taking someone's life.
But just when the case seemingly can't get more depraved, it takes another shocking turn.
Police thought they could finally relax, but they found more victims.
They're committed to each other because they're in love, and those feelings are very intense. On top of that, we know that teens are impulsive. We know that teens work from their emotions and their feelings, and it's not always logical in what they choose to do. So you could very well have a girl making a decision to commit a crime or to do something that she knows is not the right thing to do.
Dayton police have arrested a group of alleged teenage spree killers known as the Downtown Posse. The ringleader appears to be 19-year-old Marvellis Keene, and his 16-year-old girlfriend, Laura Taylor, is his lieutenant.
Laura Taylor looked like a sweet, innocent teenage girl, but she wouldn't cooperate with police whatsoever.
Laura refuses to implicate boyfriend Marvellis, his pal DeMarcus Smith, or Heather Matthews in any wrongdoing. But Marvellis informs detectives that there's another murder, which was actually the posse's very first, that the cops don't even know about.
Marvellis said, "We need money." Laura Taylor immediately offers up Joe Wilkerson.
We was talking to him about having an orgy.
According to Marvellis, under the guise of having sex, he, Laura, and Heather Matthews went over to Joseph's house in the early morning hours of Christmas Eve.
What were you guys planning on doing once you got there?
Just planning on getting his money and stuff.
Getting his money and stuff? Just robbing him?
Yeah.
Marvellis King pulled a gun on him, had the girls tie this victim up. Then they ransacked the house, taking things.
Okay, what happened then?
I shot him.
You shot him? Where'd you shoot him? What part of the body?
In the chest.
He's still alive. And Marvellis hands the gun to Laura Taylor as if, here it is. This is yours to do as well. Join me in this.
Laura shot him? Where'd she shoot him?
In the head.
When we see women that have committed crimes, a lot of times it's actually in connection to a romantic partnership. She's going along for the ride, and sometimes with love, you're willing to do things that you wouldn't normally do.
They fed off each other as each body dropped. It made them that much bolder, which made them that much more dangerous.
Operating off of Marvellis Keene's statement, police recover the body of Joseph Wilkerson inside his home. But the body count doesn't end there. It starts when a local reverend, convinced of Laura's innocence, pays her a visit at the county jail.
The Reverend really thought she couldn't have done these horrible crimes because, again, here's this poor little unfortunate 16-year-old girl who's now been arrested for multiple counts of murder.
But when the Reverend leaves the interview room, he looks like he's seen a ghost.
He was obviously upset. I could hear it in his voice. He said, I can tell you where 2 more bodies are. They killed 2 more.
According to Laura, the other 2 victims are 16-year-old Wendy Cottrell and her boyfriend, 18-year-old Marvin Washington.
Ironically, the final 2 victims were members of this downtown posse, one of them being close friends with Laura Taylor. But the posse became afraid that they were going to police, so they had to get rid of them.
They were taken out to this isolated area and they were assassinated.
With Laura's confession, the death toll now stands at 6. But despite assisting her boyfriend and his posse in the murder of half a dozen innocent people, Laura seems unrepentant.
This was not poor little Laura Taylor. This was vicious, violent Laura Taylor in the package of a young, innocent child. She was very hardened, as much as any criminal I've ever dealt with in my career.
Laura Taylor, Marvellis Keene, DeMarcus Smith, and Heather Matthews are charged with aggravated murder and aggravated robbery. As the trials of the Christmas killers grab headlines, the story remains focused on how Laura Taylor went from a gentle teen to a ruthless killer.
Laura, during the trials, she did not think she was going to be convicted. And it showed in her relaxed behavior in the courtroom. She showed zero remorse.
At this point in my career, I'd seen mass murderers, serial killers. I'd seen some very, very vicious killers that scared me. I'd never met anyone like Laura Taylor.
In the end, Laura is found guilty of all charges. 20-year-old Heather Matthews and 17-year-old DeMarcus Smith are also convicted and sentenced to life in prison.
I've done horrible things. There's a lot of things that I regret and that I've taken responsibility for everything I've been a part of.
Laura's boyfriend, Marvellis Keene, is sentenced to death. Because she's a minor, Laura is spared the death penalty. Instead, she is sentenced to 133 years in prison.
It's been 25 years since my sister has been gone, and my heart is still broken. It's like somebody came in your house, took the best thing that you had, and then you spent a lifetime trying to replace it.
Marvellis Keene was executed on July 21st, 2009. Unlike her boyfriend or her victims, Laura Taylor will have the rest of her life to question if her love for Marvellis was really worth the consequences.
The love that Marvellis and Laura share caused a lot of pain and suffering for a lot of people.
You shouldn't have to do anything crazy to show and prove your love to your man. That's just doing something stupid out of love.
Young love. It's heady, passionate, like a fever dream. But when being in love causes you to lose your grip on what's right and what's wrong, what's good and what's evil, when you finally come to, you just might realize that dream was a nightmare all along.
All right, guys, thank you very much for coming today. I have called you for a very special thing. We have an event day after tomorrow, and Khushi, you will make the necessary arrangements. Khushi,
Yeah, sure, sir.
you seem a bit off today.
Everything is good, sir. Don't worry, I will do.
All right, I am counting on you. All the very best.
ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤੀ ਰੋਈਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਏ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਰੋਇਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਚ ਲੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਚ ਅੜੇ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਖਰੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਪੁੱਛਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੱਚ ਸੱਚ ਦੱਸੀ ਵੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਗੱਲ ਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਦਿਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖੀ ਵੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਵੇ ਤੇਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਵੇ ਸੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਸੁਣ ਲੈ ਯਾਰ ਵੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਏ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਲੜਦਾ ਏ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੇਖ ਕੇ ਸੜਦਾ ਏ ਰਾਜ ਤੂੰ ਹਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੋਏ ਰਾਜ ਤੂੰ ਹਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਲਾਰੇ ਲਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹਿਨਾ ਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਦੂਰੀ ਤੇ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਏ ਸਹਿੰਦਾ ਏ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਨਾ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਪੁੱਛਦੀ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਮਨਾਉਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਰੁੱਸਦੀ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਏ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਿਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਤੂੰ ਖਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾ ਤੇ ਆਵੇ
तो अभी आपने हमारा दुनिया सॉन्ग देखा, सो प्लीज कमेंट करके बताना कि आपको सॉन्ग कैसा लगा।
एंड हाँ, वीडियो को लाइक करना, जाने से पहले रिपल म्यूजिक स्टूडियोज के चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लेना। थैंक यू, बाय बाय एवरीवन।